Let's all come to order. Let's go on the record. Today is September 6, 2022. This is the middle of the Evergy General Rate Case hearings. These are file number ER-2022-0129 and file number ER-2022-0130, referencing Evergy Metro Inc. for 0129 and Evergy Missouri West for file number 0130. Let's go ahead and start with our introduction of parties. We have a number of parties that have been excused, so I will no longer be reading those parties. For Evergy, please go ahead.
Thanks, Your Honor. Roger Steiner and Jim Fisher for Evergy.
Thank you, sir. And counsel for staff.
Nicole Mers on behalf of staff.
And counsel for the Office of the Public Counsel.
John Kleiser.
And Renew Missouri.
Elisa Greenwald on behalf of Renew Missouri.
Are there any other counsel for parties that I did not call that would like to be recognized? All right, hearing none, we'll move on. Just a few brief announcements before we get going today. I want to sum up where we are real quick. When speaking, I am going to remove my mask. However, I will be wearing a mask for probably the remainder of the hearing, I would guess. Little personal note, I have seasonal allergies, which I'm sure you all witnessed getting the best of me on Thursday. So after a few days of bed rest and, important to all in the room, 2 negative COVID tests, I'm back on the bench. Also, I would like to thank Judge Nancy DePel for filling in my absence, and also an update on our agreement situation. We have 2 stipulations and agreements that have been filed, and the presiding officer was notified by email of a pending 3rd stipulation and agreement to be filed, and proceeding on that understanding and belief. Today's hearing will only address the 1 remaining contested issue from the issues that were scheduled for today. To wit, that will be the subscription pricing pilot program. On that, we have not yet scheduled an on-the-record presentation. I believe that schedule is forthcoming. And one of those issues that will be discussed in the settlement will be the voltage regulation issue, I believe was one of the settled issues. So I just want to bring that to everyone's attention. Are there any commissioner comments?
Hey, Judge, this is Commissioner Holzman. I'd like to make a comment on that if I could.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you. Oftentimes our primary experiences help us better understand some of these more complex issues. In my personal experience, our family had lost power in July. Came back on a couple hours later, but unfortunately in doing so, it fried the air conditioning compressor and the brains of the air conditioning system, to which we had to have that replaced. And in the process of replacing that, the technicians had indicated that it was most likely a surge that had caused the damage to the equipment. Just like any other customer, we filed a damage claim report. That claim was denied under the understanding of 3.09, which essentially says in the tariff that the company has to be willful in its damage. Well, of course, nobody is going to claim that a company would intentionally do that damage, but all the same, the damage occurred because of the surge, or most likely because of the surge. So I'm interested in the voltage optimization, because if the company is not going to have any liability for the damage that they cause, then they, at a minimum, should be exploring voltage optimization so that that would not happen in the future. I don't know if anybody has had to replace an air conditioner recently, but it is not an inexpensive proposition. And for all the customers out there in the state that would potentially be faced with that same denial letter, they may just have nowhere to just be out. And so I am interested in what is being done to try and optimize that voltage, so that way when the power does come back on, it's delivering the amount of power necessary to not cause equipment damage. So I will be interested in the result of that issue.
Thank you, Commissioner Holzman. Are there any other announcements from commissioners? All right, hearing none, we'll go ahead and move on. As I said, we're just going to do one sub-issue today. This will be the pilot program known as subscription pricing.
Hey, Judge, it's Commissioner Roop. I just wanted to let you know I was on the line.
Oh, thank you. And that reminds me, I do apologize, Commissioner. I would like to state for the record, we have on WebEx Commissioner Jason Holzman, also Commissioner Scott Roop, and joining me live in courtroom 310 is Commissioner Glenn Kolkmeyer. Are there any other commissioners on the line?
Commissioner Coleman is here.
Thank you, Commissioner Coleman.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's go ahead and we will turn to our one subject matter. Pilot programs. I'll turn the floor over to the company, Evergy.
Thank you very much, Judge. May it please the Commission. My name is Jim Fisher, and I'll be representing Evergy today. I'm pleased to have a court reporter. I think it'll be easier. I won't have to always identify the speakers. In this case, Evergy is focusing on several new tariff offerings and programs for increasing customer choice for its electric service, including the subscription pricing pilot study that we're going to be talking about today. In 2020, Evergy developed a rate modernization plan to guide the company on several identified rate objectives over time. The rate plan provides a framework for Evergy that is both responsive to the historical regulatory obligations here in Missouri, but it also provides a framework for the company's future general rate case filings. The company has shared its rate modernization plan with the staff, the public counsel, and other stakeholders, and it presented this plan to the Commission during its on-the-record presentation of the TOU, or Time of Use Rate Design Plan, back in September of 2021. The rates, programs, and offers that Evergy is proposing within this rate case were born out of that rate plan. The rate plan has continued to evolve based upon customer needs, customer research, and outcomes of recent filings. In this case, Evergy filed tariffs and testimony proposing 10 new programs and revisions to four programs. With the proposed settlement, many of the issues, though, related to these programs have been resolved by the parties, and you'll see that when we file our stipulation later, hopefully today. Brian, could I have slide 2, please? As explained in detail by Evergy witness Kim Winslow, the primary objectives of the rate modernization plan are to create rates that are independent of end-use requirements, to bring rate structures closer together across jurisdictions, to enable business growth, and to simplify rates and increasing price transparency. Could I have slide 3? Additional goals of the rate modernization plan include providing greater customer choice, increasing customer satisfaction, leveraging the CIS and the AMI investments of the company, and developing price signals to increase grid transparency, or grid efficiency, I'm sorry. This chart is out of our testimony. It shows the new and revised programs in the rate case, which are largely born directly out of the rate plan. And you can see on the slide the various programs that we have. The subscription pricing pilot one that we're talking about today is there in the orange in the middle. But we have several time of use programs, including the existing 3-period plan. We have a new 2-period plan and 2 high differential TOU programs really designed for the EV driver in mind. There are also some distributed energy resource plans, which include the solar subscription rider. We have a low-income solar subscription pilot program and a residential battery energy storage pilot program as well. Those have been largely settled issues now. We did withdraw the green pricing renewable energy credit program pending the approval of the settlement in the FAC prudence review, case number ER-2022-0064. And then under the business column, there are several. There's a market-based demand response program, which is existing and has been revised. It's a settled issue. The second one, though, the time-related pricing, that's an issue that you're going to hear more about tomorrow in the rate design area. Then there's the business EV charging service, which is a new program. It was resubmitted from Evergy's transportation and electrification filing, and I understand it's now a settled issue. Then, of course, we've had a long-standing low-income weatherization program, which is also being addressed in this case. These programs and rates are described in detail in the direct testimonies of the company witnesses, Kimberly Winslow, Brad Lutz, Marisol Miller, and Ryan Leddick. For the court reporter, Mr. Leddick will be my first witness. His name is spelled H-L-E-D-I-K, but it's pronounced Leddick, it's my understanding. As Mr. Casely explains in his testimony, customers are no longer satisfied with just one option based upon a single rate in a tariff. Customers want the ability to choose for themselves the service option that makes most sense for their individual situations. Evergy's proposals in this case are designed to give customers more options and more choices on how they are served by the company. Subscription pricing provides customers with a tailored and entirely fixed bill for their electricity service. Customers are offered a monthly fixed bill amount that is based on their historical usage, and that monthly amount remains unchanged for a 1-year term. At the end of the 1-year term, customers do not face any true-ups or adjustment charges for that year. In this sense, it's similar to the simple form of billing that customers have become very familiar with for other services such as television and music streaming, gym memberships, and cell phone data plans. In the 1990s, the telephone industry in Missouri experimented with a service called local measured service, where customers would pay for their local telephone calls on a per minute and a time of use basis. Sometimes it's referred to as LMS. It was priced lower than the flat rate local telephone service option for the average consumer. During that time, the Office of the Public Counsel fought the proposal and the idea that local measured service should be a mandatory rate for residential customers. OPC argued that it was not appropriate for the telephone company to mandate that all residential customers have local measured service when they already had a flat rate monthly price alternative for their local service. In the end, the Commission approved local measured service on an optional basis, giving customers a choice if they thought local measured service would benefit them. Local measured service was potentially a revenue growth opportunity for the telephone company, especially with the advent of the internet coming soon. But the problem with local measured service was The customers were simply unwilling to subscribe to it. In 1996, Southwestern Bell requested a variance from the Commission's rule that required their customer service representatives tell new customers about the lowest priced option, which was local measured service. As Southwestern Bell explained to the Commission, very few customers were interested in subscribing to LMS, and when new customers call for service, they find the representative's description of local measured service to be an annoyance rather than a service. So on that basis, the Commission granted the telephone company a permanent variance from the requirements to tell consumers about local measured service, as was recommended in a stipulation by the company staff and public counsel in that case. If you're interested in that regulatory history, it's case number TO-97-71. The report and order was issued December 20th, 1996. Of course, today we have flat rate subscription plans for the internet, for television streaming services, for gym memberships, and many other services. Even our local car wash here in Jefferson City has a subscription plan. Customers like the certainty of flat rate subscription plans. In fact, studies have indicated that about 78% of consumers have one or more subscription plans for products and services that they subscribe to, and that's really not very surprising. I suspect that the vast majority of us that are here in this room or are watching on the internet today have a flat rate subscription plan for internet services. One recent survey indicated that 49% of consumers prefer subscription pricing as a way that they can treat themselves, flat rate. And with the majority of the customers liking to be billed on a monthly basis for their subscription plans. Now, staff and public counsel have argued that such analogies are just not relevant when discussing rate design concepts for electric utilities. But I think the Commission can judge for itself that point. The abundance of subscription-based services from other industries that we're all familiar with highlights that subscription pricing is a very common form of pricing that consumers regularly encounter in their everyday lives. In this sense, Evergy's customers will have familiarity with the concept of paying a fixed fee for a service that they use regularly. Revenues from products and services paid for by subscription in the United States is expected to grow to $1.5 trillion by the year 2025, nearly doubling the $650 billion it's estimated to have today. Evergy's subscription pricing pilot will provide residential customers with an entirely fixed monthly electricity bill. Now, based on the experience of other utilities with similar offers, Evergy expects the simplicity, the transparency, and the predictability of this design to appeal to a subset of Evergy's customers. Not everybody, but a subset. Again, this is an example of Evergy wanting to give customers a choice on how they pay for their electric service. Several elements of the subscription pricing pilot minimize any potential risk to the customers. Initially, it will be introduced as a pilot with an enrollment cap of 20,000 customers per company, so that the initial experience with subscription pricing can be understood by Evergy, by the Commission, and other stakeholders before extending its availability to other customers. Additionally, subscription pricing will be offered to customers on a voluntary opt-in basis. Let me emphasize that. It's on a voluntary opt-in basis for 20,000 customers in each company. The fixed bill amount will be known in advance to all participants, meaning there's no risk to participants of an unexpected bill increase. Further, non-participants will be virtually unaffected by the subscription pricing pilot because any net change in revenues, whether it's positive or negative, resulting from the subscription pricing pilot, will be borne by Evergy's shareholders. Subscription pricing can also facilitate achievement of energy efficiency goals and sustainability goals by packaging the fixed bill offer with other customer offers such as energy efficiency programs and demand response initiatives, green pricing offers, or EV charging services. The attractiveness of the fixed bill can be used to draw customers to these more other beneficial programs. This concept of coupling fixed bills with other offers is receiving a lot of interest today in the electric industry. Evergy's proposed design also provides for an additional add-ons for the customers to choose, including the purchase of a smart thermostat, or in the future, the enrollment of various other green programs. Subscription pricing will be an will be an attractive incentive to encourage customers to consume less energy by coupling the pricing programs with the other energy efficiency plans. Company witness Ryan Leddick of Brattle provides detailed testimony on the proposed framework of the subscription pricing program. His testimony also discusses the plans that are being offered by other utilities around the country. And on that, Brian, could you move to slide 5? This slide shows where the subscription plans for electricity are available today in the United States. You can see where the map is. It's largely from Minnesota to Florida to Texas. For all industries, subscription economy retail sales growth has been 435% between the years 2012 and 2021. This is compared to the overall retail economy, which has seen retail sales grow about 130% in the same period. Subscription pricing is certainly not an unusual or unattractive concept to American consumers. The direct testimony of Kim Winslow further discusses how subscription pricing fits into the suite of rate options, rate choices included in Evergy's modernization plan. It should also be noted that subscription pricing is different from budget billing. With budget billing, customers are still charged based upon their applicable volumetric rate. Budget billing participants must pay a true-up at the end of the year to reconcile their estimated bills with their actual usage, exposing them to any bill changes attributable to the fluctuations in costs, in their usage, or other factors. With subscription pricing, there are no true-ups, and there are no surprises. Customers know that their flat rate plan will be reevaluated, though, at the end of the year to determine if their price needs to change for the next coming year. Now, to encourage efficient electricity consumption, if a participant's weather-normalized usage does not increase during that 12-month term, they are provided an incentive payment at the end of the 12-month term. Again, this is a program that could encourage conservation and efficiency, not a program designed to encourage the use of more energy. Staff and public counsel witnesses have opposed giving customers the option of a fixed bill under subscription pricing. Their criticisms have included customers will be overcharged under subscription pricing. But contrary to the criticisms of these stakeholders, participants will not be overcharged with subscription pricing. I can only say that so many times. Participants will be billed based on expectations about their future usage with additional charges to balance the risk that Evergy is assuming by offering a completely fixed bill. Can I have slide 6, please? All of the subscription plans that Mr. Leddick discusses in his testimony have such risk premiums ranging from 5% to 10%, with more than half on the screen showing a 10% premium risk premium charge. Staff has noted that given the unpredictability of COVID-19, inflation, and economic uncertainty, staff cannot in good conscience support a pilot program that removes protections from the disclosures mandated by Chapter 13 of the Commission's rules. Mr. Leddick explains in his rebuttal that the unpredictability of factors such as COVID, inflation, and other things are exactly what will make subscription pricing an attractive offering to customers. If anything, these recent developments that we've all experienced should enhance the appeal of subscription pricing. Staff witness Contessa King, on pages 12 and 13 of her rebuttal, asserts that it will be too complicated to explain every charge underlying the subscription pricing offered to customers. And the company agrees. Very few customers will have an appetite for a detailed explanation of how the company projects the expected usage and how the weather normalization process works. Each subscription pricing charge will be documented in the tariff, but it will not be necessary to explain the nuanced details of how the fixed bill is determined in the customer outreach materials. It will be a straightforward discussion. This is the charge and this is how the program would work for you. Public Counsel Witness Mark opposes subscription pricing on the basis that it does not leverage AMI, which is the issue we heard the other day. Dr. Mark ignores the fact that the company's AMI meters and the CIS systems, as well as other analytic software, will be a critical part of the evaluation of the subscription pricing program. The AMI data will be analyzed to determine how customers in the pilot are using the electric system and how their behaviors may be changing. Without that AMI data, the company would not be able to fully evaluate the subscription pricing plan. Mr. Leddick addresses other criticisms from staff and public counsel in their rebuttal. Public counsel and staff comments ignore the value of subscription pricing to consumers and overlook several risk-minimizing features of the proposal that are important for the Commission to take into account. But I think there's one overriding point to be made. Public utilities in this state, including Evergy, are often criticized by staff, public counsel, or other stakeholders as behaving like monopolies and acting like they're the only option in town and not like competitive companies in a competitive marketplace. It's somewhat surprising that they or the agencies that they represent would now recommend that consumers should not have the choice to opt in to an innovative, transparent, and entirely voluntary new rate option that could serve as a platform for a variety of beneficial customer offerings in the future. And it's a pricing option that is clearly being used in the competitive markets across the country and across the world. This is especially true when Evergy shareholders and not other customers will bear the risk of any over or under recovery of the pilot program. In addition, the pilot program would be capped at 20,000 customers per company, or about 3% of the company's customers. So it's not huge. It's also disappointing that these spokesmen for consumers would suggest that they know better than the customer what is appropriate in the way they should be billed. And as we'll hear tomorrow, they know better that there should be a mandatory time of use rate. And we'll talk about that tomorrow. Especially in the show me state, shouldn't the customers have the option to choose whether they would like to have a subscription pricing plan? In conclusion, Evergy would respectfully request that the Commission authorize the company to test subscription pricing in the proposed pilot plan and give consumers another choice in how they pay for their electric service. The company, the Commission, and other stakeholders would be permitted to the opportunity to study the plan, to evaluate that type of pricing, and look at a plan that's become so popular in other competitive markets and determine whether this is an appropriate way to go for the company in the future. And with that, Judge, I'd take any of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Are there any commissioner questions for Mr. Fisher?
Yes, Judge.
Go ahead.
No questions, Judge.
On new construction, Could someone subscribe to this plan if, if they have new construction because you have no history?
You know, I'm going to have to give that to Kim Winslow. I think they do need to have a history,
Okay, thank you.
but she can answer that for sure.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other commissioner questions for Mr. Fisher?
Judge, it's Commissioner Roop. I have a quick question.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir. You had mentioned in the very beginning of your opening, and I didn't catch it quick enough to write it down. You said that this plan came out of a study. Did you say study you did in 2020?
The rate modernization plan is what I was referring to. Yeah, that goes back to 2020. It was also discussed, if you recall it, we had a time of use rate design presentation that we presented to the commission, and I think we mentioned that all these programs were part of that modernization plan.
And how many studies did the company undertake to come up with this plan?
You know, Brad Lutz may be our best witness on that. I've heard, we've certainly studied time of use a lot, and whether the subscription pricing plan, they've been studying the literature and what's happening in other states, and of course in all the other competitive markets where it's used today. It's growing rapidly, and I know Chuck Casely will be here tomorrow. He is the appropriate guy that has looked at all of this, and I'm sure he'd be happy to answer any of your questions about that.
Yeah, I just curious because you guys did 14 studies to come up with TOU rates that you're still talking about, and I was curious if this came from a study you did 2 years ago, and what the difference was of trying to have customers use less energy, but you quickly came up with a program to have them use unlimited energy.
And we'd like to, of course, also partner that with energy efficiency plans and look at that in the future too. But yeah, Mr. Casely is a good person to ask those kinds of questions to, Commissioner Roop.
All right, I will reserve those until he's on the stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioner questions? Hearing none, thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Fisher. Next, we have staff counsel.
Good morning. May it please the commission. My name is Nicole Mers, and I am representing staff. And I would like to note that I am a little concerned that Evergy appears to be offering Chuck Casely as a witness on this issue tomorrow, but not today. So I think that we might perhaps need to take a break if that is in fact what I was hearing correctly about plans. Because I think it would put some parties at a disservice not to have him present it today with the other witnesses on this issue. Today, we're going to hear an issue that after 14 studies, 2 rate cases, a rate design case, a multitude of working groups, and countless statements by commissioners and stakeholders, that Evergy ignores the clear writing on the wall regarding the benefits and appropriateness of time of use rates. And instead today, Evergy proposes to begin an unlimited energy usage plan, the subscription pilot program. This program is contrary to the clear indications regarding energy efficiency and cost-based rates, and is not just a step, but a fall backwards into regressive, non-efficient rates. Contrary to the rate modernization plan that Evergy touts, this subscription pilot program is an archaic design that provides a cash stream to shareholders, does not send clear pricing signals to customers, and does not provide any transparency as it rolls all riders such as the FAC, the RESRAM for GMO, etc., and surcharges into one rate. And it offers to refund customers a portion of the bill inflation under certain circumstances which are not subject to any regulatory oversight, while depriving customers of any incentive to manage their energy usage. This rate renders the last 3 cycles of MIA investment meaningless, as it does not encourage peak usage reduction or any usage reduction at all. In fact, the only major benefit the company can point to is stability, which customers can currently achieve under the budget billing payment options. What Evergy is actually proposing is to overcharge residential customers, remove their incentives to manage load, or limit consumption, and retain those proceeds for shareholders, while passing the cost of at least $150 per participant onto non-participants. So it is not, in fact, harmless to all other customers, as Evergy asserted. At the same time, those same non-participants are paying for customers to manage their load or otherwise install energy efficiency measures as part of MEA. As a reminder, that MEA charge includes program cost, administrative costs, which OPC has recently noted outspends not only all other comparable utilities, but the spend itself on program costs. And Evergy also earns a bonus incentive in the form of the earnings opportunity for offering the MEA program. So that's 3 cycles, nearly 10 years of cost, for all gains to be eroded by programs such as this energy binging subscription model. As staff's rate design and class cost of service expert Sarah Lange states, this program is a bad idea with a bad design for no real end goal. If the commission decides to let Evergy play in this arena, Evergy should bear any cost of that decision. Staff cannot, in good conscience, support this pilot program, especially since it is removing all protections and disclosures under the Rule 13 billing and payment standards. It's important that customers are knowledgeable on their energy usage, and commission rules require utilities to provide customers billing information and statements with detailed information on their consumption. Monthly bills based on actual usage provide the information that can empower customers to make informed decisions about their usage and what conservation considerations they could take. Additionally, participants can over or underpay while on this program. Taking into account the potential for overpayment, particularly through the adders, at this time, staff does not support residential customers paying more than actually used, not even if it is on a voluntary basis. Staff has raised concerns about the education customers are receiving regarding principles of cost causation and how prepared Evergy customers will be in the inevitable progression towards cost-based rates and time-of-use rates. Staff has serious concerns about this program being yet another rate option that is being marketed towards customers, but without educating those customers. OPC also notes some of those same concerns regarding signals and expectations that this will provide customers as part of their continued concerns about the methods and efforts that Evergy has undertaken to market but not educate for time of use and other programs. Staff also has very strong concerns that this rate is unlawful in multiple regards. First, this rate could be considered an untariff rate in violation of the filed tariff doctrine. What staff means by this is that the participating customers are charged a flat rate per month, but not a rate per kilowatt hour. With the floating subjective adders and projected based usage, which is grossed up at Evergy's discretion, customers do not have a calculable rate for service. Staff's second concern is this rate is discriminatory. Participants may ultimately pay a higher or lower rate for electric service than other similarly situated customers. For instance, a subscription pricing participant that lived alone may have their energy usage based on the last 12 months of living in as a single person in an individual household. That same participant could marry perhaps somebody with a child and increase their household usage by double. This participant, however, because as you heard Mr. Fisher state, there's no true-up for under or over recovery, will pay less for the same amount of electric usage than a non-participant family of 3 with similar usage patterns would. The converse situation can easily be imagined where, due to a child going to college or a similar situation, usage is reduced, yet other than a potential $70 credit, a participant would pay more than similarly situated non-participants. Finally, as noted in Ms. Lange's rebuttal testimony, the efficient incentive provision appears to violate Statute 386-266.1 if offered by either Evergy, Metro, or West while they have a fuel adjustment clause. And that statute states that subject to the requirement of this section, Any electric corporation may make an application to the commission to approve rate schedules authorizing an interim energy charge or a periodic rate adjustment outside of general rate proceedings to reflect increases and decreases in its prudently incurred fuel and purchase power cost. An energy efficient incentive in this case is defined as if the customer's weather normalized usage does not increase during the 12-month period, the annual behavior usage adder will be paid back to the customer in the form of an efficiency incentive. Participants qualify for the efficiency incentive based on a comparison of their weather normalized usage during the 12-month contract term to the historical weather normalization usage during the prior 12 months. And that historically is comparable to what we've seen used or described as interim energy charges as used in the statute. The concept of that in the past has been that a portion of a customer's bill would be subject to refund if energy prices fell within a tariff-specified band. Further, as staff witness Sarah Lenke can testify to, the tariffs proposed by Evergy are inadequate. Formulas, values, and procedures for weather normalization are unspecified, discretionary charges abound, and audits of each customer's unique untariffed rates determined by the utility without regulatory oversight are impossible. This program is unreasonable, and the commission should send a strong signal to Evergy that rate innovation cannot come at the expense of gains made in other areas, such as MIA, nor result in rates becoming further misaligned with principles of cost causation. The commission should reject this program and instead order Evergy to pursue true cost-based rates and modernization with staff's rate design, which will be heard later in this week. Today, Contessa King and Sarah Lange will be available for questions. Ms. King will be happy to discuss any improvements to the Evergy average payment plan to help address any concerns that perhaps maybe doesn't provide all of the options a consumer could want, but has more safeguards and less of the downfalls of this particular proposal. And Ms. Lange can walk you through the inadequacies of the tariff and the proposed revenue treatment that Evergy is suggesting. I can also try to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mers. Are there any commissioner questions? All right, hearing none, thank you. We'll go ahead and call for our next mini opening. Renew Missouri.
Renew Missouri does not have an opening statement for this issue. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, and that moves us to Mr. Kleiser, Office of the Public Counsel.
May it please the commission. As you said, John Kleiser on behalf of the Office of the Public Counsel. So Ms. Mers, on behalf of staff, did a really good job of summing up all the major points I wanted to hit. So I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time up here. I'm just going to hit the high points. I want to start off by just reminding the commission of where we are right now. We've spent so far hundreds of millions of dollars on advanced metering infrastructure, or AMI meters. The company is proposing to spend hundreds of millions of more dollars to replace all of those existing AMI meters again before the end of their useful life. We've spent over nearly $300 million on a billing system that's designed to unlock the benefits and features of AMI, especially having time of use rates. We've spent millions of dollars on 14 different studies, as I believe Commissioner Roop identified, extolling the benefits of time of use rates. And we've spent and continue to spend millions of dollars on Evergy's Missouri Energy Efficiency Investment Act, or MIA, surcharge that are designed at reducing overall usage and shaving peak. All of this money we've spent with this general idea of achieving real benefits for all customers. And specifically, these investments were premised on the idea that a utility could send a clear price signal to customers that would influence usage, lower peak, reduce the need for new generating investments, and thereby lower bills. The current proposal throws all of that out the window. I mean, at this point, we have had to have spent nearly $500 million just trying to get time of use rates. Subscription pricing, and I stress this, is the antithesis of time of use rates. You know, with time of use, you need your AMI so you can have granular hour-by-hour data, minute-by-minute data to inform, you know, when people are charging. With this, with subscription pricing, you don't need any of that. You're using a yearly basis, yearly average, sorry, as your basis. You don't need to consider, you know, how much time is consumed on a day-by-day, week-by-week, month-by-month level. Counsel for Evergy suggested the AMI meters will be utilized to determine the efficiency of subscription pricing. Well, they will only in as far as they are meters. That's all you really need, is just to have meters. And whether or not they were AMI or not was not going to really provide any meaningful data to us whether or not subscription pricing is working. Like I said, I'm going to touch very briefly on some of the things that staff has already mentioned. There are legal problems here. This proposal essentially breaks the FAC, the MIA, the RESRAM, and if and when you have securitization, it breaks that as well. And when I say that, I mean that those costs are going to be baked into the rate, which is supposed to be held constant through the year, but then those costs are also subject to change. So if your FAC increases during the year, you can't increase the amount that's baked into the subscription rate because that's being held constant. So the company's just proposing to eat the difference, which is that how things are going to proceed moving forward after the pilot ends? Because the company has always been pretty insistent on having to have the FAC, and all of a sudden we're being told, no, the company is okay with eating all of the increases that happen outside of a rate case that aren't being recovered through the base rates. That seems particularly odd. One of the things I want to touch on, you know, Evergy makes a big deal about energy efficiency. This is going to promote and improve energy efficiency. It's not remotely. Let's start with the fact that Evergy's big push is to say, well, we can couple this offering with a lot of other energy efficiency programs. Do I need to explain why that makes no sense? I mean, if the energy efficiency benefit is just, we'll offer other programs at the same time, just offer the other programs. You've already achieved the energy efficiency benefit at that point. So how does this program itself improve energy efficiency? I mean, it doesn't. The company has an energy efficiency incentive. Okay, how does that incentive work? Well, the proposal is that the company is going to determine how much it costs to provide you energy. And then it's going to charge you 5% more. And if at the end of the year you haven't increased your usage, you get your 5% back. It's not a discount, mind you, it's effectively a rebate. And what's really important here, it doesn't matter if your usage goes down, it just has to be consistent. So if you live in a highly inefficient home and you don't change your habits and the company successfully normalizes for weather, you're going to have consistent usage even if you're still being highly inefficient, and you'll earn your energy efficiency incentive regardless. I mean, it just makes no darn sense. I also want to briefly touch on the concept of budget billing. I know that the company suggested they're not the same thing and specifically honed in on the idea that, well, in budget billing you have a true-up, and we don't have a true-up here. Well, why is there not a true-up here? And the answer to that, as the company already explained, is because they're just sticking a 10% adder onto whatever they think it's going to cost them to provide energy. They are charging customers 110% of what they believe customers will actually spend or need for energy usage. And they don't need the true-up because it's already baked in. And the best part for the company is that 10% isn't subject to refund. So if a customer doesn't increase usage or decreases usage, if you actually get energy efficiency, the company just pockets that 10%, along with all of the other reduced costs that they would otherwise have flown back to customers under a normal billing practice. By the way, that also makes it incredibly odd to me that the company would tell you that they're not overcharging customers. When the basis of the charge is we're going to charge customers 110% of what we think it costs to provide them energy, that is overcharging them. You're overcharging them the 10%. I don't know how much easily I can explain that. Okay. Like I said, I don't really need to cover all of these grounds too awfully much. I think staff counsel has done a wonderful job of doing it, and I'm going to cut things short here. As you've heard, staff and OPC are pretty much in lockstep here, and I strongly encourage the commission to ask questions of either, and both of us, really. We're going to present two of our witnesses, and I believe staff is going to present two of theirs, and all four are going to tell you how this is a bad idea, not just for participants, but for non-participants. And I strongly encourage the commission to ask any questions that you might have of all four of those witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kleiser. Are there any commissioner questions for Mr. Kleiser?
Stay up here for that.
All right, hearing none. Thank you, sir. I believe we turn now to our witnesses. So we'll go to the company first.
Thank you, Judge. Our first witness is Ryan Leddick. He's going to be on the web, so I think I'd like to bring him up. It looks like he's on the screen now. Can you hear me, Ryan?
I can. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. May I proceed, Judge?
Yes, go ahead.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
I need to swear him in.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It has been a heck of a morning. Welcome back. Long weekend. Mr. Leddick, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. You are sworn in. Mr. Fisher, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Ryan Leddick, R-Y-A-N. The last name is H-L-E-D-I-K.
Are you the same Ryan Leddick that caused to be filed in this case, direct testimony and SIR rebuttal testimony, which have been marked as Exhibit 37 and 38 in the Metro case, and Exhibit number 112 in the Missouri West case?
I am.
That would be direct. Do you have any corrections or changes you need to make to any of that testimony?
No, I don't.
If I were to ask you the questions that are contained in those written testimonies, would your answers be the same, and are they true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Judge, with that, I would move for the admission of the Exhibits 37, 38 in the Metro case and Exhibit 112 in the West case, and tender Mr. Leddick for cross-examination and questions from the commission.
Thank you, and I'll restate that for the record and combine the question. Are there any objections to the admission of Exhibit 37 or Exhibit 38 associated with file ending in 0129, Evergy Metro? Or are there any objections to the admission of Exhibit 112 related to the file related to Evergy, Missouri West 0130? Hearing no objections, it's so admitted. The witness has been tendered. And I believe on my list, we go next to staff.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Renew Missouri.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. And the Office of the Public Counsel.
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to commissioner questions. Are there any commissioner questions for Mr. Leddick? And commissioners on the phone, it is *6 to unmute. The bench does.
No questions, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner Holzman. The bench does have a couple questions. Mr. Aletic, just in general, could you describe what protections there would be for ratepayers against whatever bad debt could be created, any unpaid bills that are left?
Specifically, are you asking about situations where customers enroll in subscription pricing and then are unable to continue to pay the monthly subscription pricing amount?
No, I'm talking about the hypothetical of whatever number of subscribers use or take advantage, purposefully or otherwise, using energy, and then due to there not being a true-up, they cancel their account. That leaves the company with an unpaid bill. So I'm wondering, how does that unpaid bill basically get paid? Is that a ratepayer obligation or a shareholder obligation?
Yeah, so my understanding at a high level is that is a shareholder obligation, that essentially, under collecting revenue from participants in subscription pricing is a risk that shareholders are bearing in this program. But I would defer to Brad Lutz or Kim Winslow on the details of that treatment.
Okay, that might impact the next question. What does the company intend to do to cover overages in usage? That's going to, not just the bad debt, but now if there's just any overage in that annual usage.
And by overage, do you mean specifically a situation where a customer consumes more than is expected under the subscription pricing tariff?
Yes.
In that situation, the way the subscription pricing tariff is designed, and you probably heard this in the opening comments, is it includes an adder that anticipates some potential level of increase in usage. That adder is currently set at 5%. And as you heard, if the customer's usage doesn't increase during the 12-month term, that adder is returned to the customer in the form of the efficiency payment. If the customer's usage increases and is within that 5% range, then the cost of that increase is covered by the adder, and it is essentially paid for by the participant in the program. If the customer's usage exceeds that 5% adder, then that means there were additional costs imposed on the system, or an undercollection of revenue relative to what that participant would have paid under the standard tariff, and that is covered by Evergy shareholders.
Okay, and on the other side of the ledger, how are the end-of-the-year credits calculated?
So at the end of the year, at the end of the 12 months, the participants' usage for that 12-month period is weather normalized. And then it is then compared to that customer's weather normalized usage for the year prior to enrolling in subscription pricing. And if that weather normalized usage during the 12-month subscription pricing period is the same or less than their weather normalized usage from the 12 months prior, then the customer is paid the full efficiency incentive amount.
And I want to make sure that it's clear for the record. How is a customer's subscription price determined?
The way the customer subscription price is determined is first, for any customer who's receiving a subscription pricing offer, Evergy will look at the customer's 12 most recent months of usage, their past year of usage, and weather normalize that usage amount. At that point, when you have 12 months of weather normalized usage for the customer, Evergy applies the standard applicable residential rate to those 12 months of usage to calculate what the customer's bill would be under the standard rate with 12 months of weather normalized usage. Then to that amount is added the 5% behavioral adder that builds in protection around customers using more under subscription pricing. There's a risk premium associated not just with behavioral changes in usage, but to address the risk that it could be a hotter than average summer, a colder than average winter, or that other costs such as the fuel adjustment clause or other rider prices could increase during that 12-month term. So the second adder, in addition to the behavioral adder, is the risk premium. Earlier, it was characterized as 10%. That's actually a cap, a not to exceed cap of 10%. In a response to a data request in this proceeding, I provided some information indicating that it likely would be below 5%. So the risk premium is the second adder, and then there's a third adder, which we refer to as the program cost adder, which recovers a portion of the cost of administering the subscription pricing program, M&V, marketing, and general program overhead. So the point of that program cost adder is to ensure that, at least in the pilot phase, a portion of the cost of administering the program is being recovered from participants and not from other customers. The idea is when the program is fully deployed and is at scale, that program cost adder would be sufficient to fully recover the cost of this program from participants so that there is no impact on non-participants. But initially, when this is still at the scale of the pilot, that program cost adder will cover a portion of those program costs. But to summarize all of this, there's the initial estimate of the customer's bill based on the standard rate and weather normalized usage. There's then the behavioral adder, the risk premium, the program adder, and then the standard fixed customer charge. All of those are added up to equate to the customer's total annual bill, and then it's divided by 12 to give the customer their monthly fixed bill offer.
Thank you. Is a customer able to cancel their subscription at any time?
They are able to cancel their subscription at any time. The way we've written the tariff, Evergy has the right to charge the customer a fee for canceling earlier than the 12 months. But customers do have that option. And that fee is at Evergy's discretion. So if customers were to move within the service territory or leave the service territory, those are examples of situations where the fee likely would not apply.
And how are customers going to be made aware of the usage? We had talked a little bit about some concerns with using more energy more efficiently. So how would a customer track their usage if they're interested in that?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I would defer to Kim Winslow on that question. I believe there are plans to continue to provide customers with data on their usage, but I defer to a company witness on that.
Okay, and I want to talk a little bit about the other jurisdictions where this is already in effect. Can you give me some background or flavor how customers have received a subscription pricing program, how the utilities have dealt with it? Just give me a kind of the thumbnail overview, please.
Sure. So, and in my direct testimony, I believe I identified, and you saw the map of the utilities offering subscription pricing in the opening comments. I believe there are 13 different jurisdictions or examples of subscription pricing offers that exist in the U.S. today. As I think about it, there are two buckets. There's generally a legacy set of subscription pricing offers that are essentially just the fixed bill. And there are utilities that have been offering those programs for years, and in some cases, a couple decades. And customers get that fixed monthly bill with no true-up, but there's no additional packaging with energy efficiency incentives or other types of offers. I think the most well-known example of that first category of subscription pricing offers is the plan that's offered by Georgia Power. And they've been offering their program for a while and have reached a point where I think 13 or 14% of their entire residential customer base, a few 100,000 customers, have voluntarily enrolled in that program. So that's an example that demonstrates general, customer interest in the idea of a fixed bill. Georgia Power and the other utilities in that list also offer budget billing, which is similar in concept to Evergy's average payment plan. So the Georgia Power case in particular highlights that there's room for both types of offers on a utilities tariff. The second category of subscription pricing options are the category that have emerged more recently and are the category that I would put Evergy's proposal into. Those proposals include this concept of packaging the fixed bill with something else that is intended to achieve the company's or the state's energy goals. So an example that I like is a subscription pricing offer that's provided by Xcel Energy to customers in their Minnesota service territory. It's a pilot at this point, but what Evergy has done is they have given customers, it's designed for customers of electric vehicles, and they offer customers a fixed bill for electric vehicle charging, but the EV charging has to happen during off-peak hours. If customers charge during peak hours, then they pay a premium for that electricity. So it's a really interesting example of utility, leveraging this fixed bill concept with the idea that you can use that fixed bill to draw in customers who are attracted to that predictability and that stability, but to do it in a way that will encourage energy use that benefits the system. So Xcel Energy's case is one good example. There are some other utilities that have coupled subscription pricing with clean energy tariffs, where customers can basically ensure that their energy is being met by renewables or other clean sources of energy, in return for receiving that fixed bill. And I put Evergy's offer into this category because it includes both the energy efficiency incentive and as we've discussed, this additional option to roll a smart thermostat into that package as well.
Thank you. Is it possible that the customer who signs up to take this rate could end up worse off for taking this rate rather than a more traditional rate? Or once they add up their flat rate charges plus all of the different extra add-ons, either that they choose or that come with the program?
It depends on how you define worse off. It is possible that when you include those other adders, that the customer's bill under subscription pricing could be higher than it would have been under the standard tariff. It could be because of those adders, or it could be because it just turned out to be a very mild weather year, and so the customer's usage was lower than expected. But the reason I say it depends on whether or not that customer is worse off is from the narrow perspective of their bill or just financially, you could consider them to be worse off in that specific scenario. But regardless of what happened with the customer's usage, they receive the benefit of having that entirely fixed and stable bill. So even in that situation, the customer has had the benefit of knowing that exactly what they'll be paying each month. They've been able to budget around that. And they've had the peace of mind of just knowing what their bill is going to be each month and of taking that uncertainty completely out of the transaction. So from that broader perspective, from the customer's standpoint, there's a benefit associated with all of that.
Thank you. And I believe this is my last question. Can you square away the apparent inconsistency of what we'd heard in opening statements, Evergy pursuing transparency, pursuing time of use, giving customers more information so that the customer controls or has the ability to look at their energy usage with this proposal?
Sure. So my first comment on that is, subscription pricing is not intended to be a replacement for or competition with time of use pricing. And my general sense is that subscription pricing, an entirely fixed bill, is likely to appeal to a very different subset of Evergy's population than time of use pricing, which provides that actionable price signal that you can respond to reduce your bill. So kind of, in a sense, if you think of a Venn diagram of Evergy's customers, I just intuitively suspect that there is not a lot of overlap between those customers who would get excited about the bill savings opportunities from time of use rates and the stability, transparency, and predictability of subscription pricing. So the idea is to understand that customers in Evergy's service territory and everywhere are diverse. Not all customers have the same preferences. And so the idea is to meet customers where they are and to give them the options that will be meaningful and valuable to them. So that's the first comment I have. But to address the point about there being a lack of price signal or subscription pricing appearing to incentivize increases in energy use, I think the first point to make there is the reason for the efficiency incentive is to address that concern. To step in and do something that no other utility is offering in their subscription pricing offers, and to directly include that financial incentive for customers to manage their energy use. So there is that element. The other thing to point out there is customers also, it will be clear to customers when they sign up for subscription pricing that their subscription pricing offer is based on their usage from the prior 12 months. So if during the 12-month subscription pricing term, the customer's usage does increase, their next subscription pricing offer a year later is going to be higher. And that should for many customers act as a mitigating factor with respect to increasing energy use. And then lastly, I think the other point I would like to make is, as we've discussed, subscription pricing, it does include the efficiency incentive. It also includes the smart thermostat add-on. To me, that's the first step in Evergy's subscription pricing offer. It's necessary to start with something that has relatively limited implementation risk and can be rolled out relatively quickly, just to get some initial experience with this tariff. Because it's not an insignificant step, even just to roll out a fixed monthly bill. That behind the scenes, that involves a lot of work in order to make sure that works well from the customer standpoint. So including the energy efficiency incentive on top of that, including the smart thermostat add-on top of that, in my mind, that's a realistic first step for a pilot. But as the second step and as the third step, I view subscription pricing as being a tool for promoting not just basic energy efficiency, but also demand response and finding ways to couple that smart thermostat offer with a demand response opportunity that allows the customer to reduce their bill further, or to incorporate other financial incentives for using energy at the times when it benefits the system. So to me, this is a platform. It has a realistic starting point and provides the same, a different but similar opportunity to encourage efficient energy use as time varying rates do.
Thank you, Mr. Liddick. That'll take us to cross-examination. And again, we will skip over those parties who have been excused. And I believe that takes us to Renew Missouri.
No questions, Your Honor.
Staff?
Very briefly, in response to a bench question about the concerns about energy efficiency, you pointed to the $70 or 5% return as a possible incentive for to encourage energy efficiency. Will the customer's usage, if they're on this program, be on their bill?
will the customer's usage during the 12-month period, subscription pricing period be presented back to them on their bill? Is that the question?
Would their current usage for each month be on their bill?
I believe that's the case, but for the definitive answer, I would defer to a company witness, Kim Winslow or Brett Lutz.
And since the historical usage is the baseline, is that historical usage on their bills repeated?
In terms of bill presentment, I defer to an Evergy witness on that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, and Mr. Kleiser.
Good afternoon. I've been told that it's properly pronounced Ledick. Is that correct?
Ledick.
Ledick.
Close.
I apologize. All right. I will do my best to keep that consistent. I'm very bad with names, though. In response to a question from the bench, you kind of went into the details of how exactly the base bill is determined. Do you recall that?
I do, yeah.
One of the components to that is the risk premium adder, right? And I know there was a disagreement as to how much that is. You pointed out it's a 10% cap and then gave a lower number, but do you recall discussing it?
I do.
Is that risk premium adder set by the company or by the commission?
The company would calculate the risk premium. I think that question would probably be best answered by an Evergy company witness.
Would you also then, and you might defer this one as well, is the risk premium adder changed year after year?
Yes, yeah, as Evergy gathers more data on customer usage, also as Evergy develops more experience with subscription pricing, with the program itself, with the pilot, then that risk premium would be updated.
So the amount charged would change in between rate cases based on how Evergy changed the risk premium adder, correct?
The amount presented to the subscription pricing offer presented to customers who are interested in enrolling could change between rate cases.
All right, you were asked a question from the bench about a customer being worse off, and I know that you discussed the difference between financial and other broader perspectives. I just want to run through a quick hypothetical with you, though, if you don't mind. Can we assume that there's a customer on subscription pricing who, to keep things simple, will assume $100 is what it takes to provide that customer service from just an energy perspective? And to clarify that, I guess I should say, if you take their average annual usage and multiply it by the rate plus the riders and divide by 12, the answer is 100. Do you follow me?
I follow that, yes.
Okay. And I want to make sure I understand this correctly. To that 100, you would add the 5% behavioral usage adder, right? Which in this case would be about $5.
Sorry, the 100 is based on the customer's weather. You said their weather
Yes.
normalized historical usage. Yeah.
I did not say that, but I did mean it. I'm sorry. Yes, that is their weather normalized usage, correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's $105, and then we're going to add on the risk premium adder, which, and I understand that you saying it's not automatically 10%, but because 10% makes math work a hell of a lot better, let's say 10% in this case. So we add $10 for that adder, right? Assuming, again, a 10% risk premium adder.
Yeah, I guess I would just make the point, I think it's very unlikely that the risk premium will be 10%. Based on our calculations of the risk premium, using current company data and also based on what I've observed from other utilities that have a cap of around 10%, I think it's much more likely to be less than 5% than it is anywhere near 10%.
Well, I'll meet you in the middle. Let's call it 5% to just keep things rolling, right? So we can throw another $5 on there. Do you agree with me so far?
That's still more than the risk premium that we calculated.
All right, well, I'm going to keep rolling here if you don't mind. And then we're going to add the $2.50. That's the program adder, right?
Again, it's up to $2.50 in the tariff.
All right, well, bear with me here to make things simple. So at this point, the customer is being charged $112.50 a month. Do you follow?
Based on your assumptions, yes.
Yes. And based on my assumptions, I want to make that very clear. I'm not trying to suggest this is automatically what the customer would be paying. All right, so if the customer then undertakes to improve the efficiency of his home, for example, by buying a more efficient air conditioner, and let's say that that would reduce the overall usage such that under a normal circumstances, they would pay on average $80 a month. Do you follow me under these circumstances so far?
So they've implemented some extreme efficiency measures that have reduced their weather normalized annual energy use by 20%.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, under how this system would work, the customer would still continue paying his full $112.50 until the end of the year, at which point he would receive back the $5 a month he had spent on the behavioral usage because he reduced his overall usage, right?
Yes, that he would receive the efficiency incentive.
Right. So we can basically say that the customer has spent $107.50 a year once you take off the $5 behavior usage. You agree with me?
$107.50 per month for a year.
Correct. I'm sorry. But the company has only spent $80 actually providing him service, or rather, if he had been on traditional rates, he would have only paid $80, correct?
Is the assumption here that literally on day one of the subscription pricing offer that the customer installs this 20% energy efficiency measure?
For the sake of simplicity, I'm going to have to say yes. I will concede to you that depending on when he would have installed it, he would have had lesser or more savings. The point I'm trying to get to, and I think you would agree with me, is that under normal rates, he would have paid substantially less, correct?
Under the standard rate with that efficiency measure, the customer would have paid less than under subscription pricing, yes.
Right. And the difference is that your understanding the company would just keep, correct?
For that customer in that year, the company would keep the difference, but then in the second year, that customer would receive a new subscription pricing offer that would be based on their reduced usage during the prior year. So the point is, if a customer is making a 20-year energy efficiency investment, subscription pricing doesn't result in, collecting in your example, the $107.50 in perpetuity. That year two offer is adjusted accordingly.
Agreed. But in the interim, in that first year, the company would keep the difference, correct?
Yes, yeah. If there's a customer who signs up for subscription pricing and then immediately reduces their usage, decides to invest in energy efficiency, that would be the case.
And a customer on a traditional rate would receive those benefits immediately upon making the switch, correct?
What do you mean by those benefits? I'm sorry.
Sorry, they would receive the reduction in rates immediately upon making the energy efficiency investment.
For customers who continue to, accept the risk associated with the standard rate, their bill would drop when the energy efficiency investment was made and those energy savings appeared.
Thank you.
And that's this is on a weather, we're talking about everything on a weather normalized basis. The story could be very different if it turned out to be a very hot summer or a cold winter. Under those circumstances, even if the customer has adopted an energy efficiency measure, it still could end up being the case that that customer would pay less under subscription pricing than they would under the standard tariff, because their usage would have increased due to that hot summer, and they wouldn't have had to pay for it because they had locked in the 12-month subscription pricing fee.
That
That's
raises,
an important,
sorry, did not mean to cut you off.
I was just saying, that's an important consideration here. We've been talking about everything on a purely weather normalized basis.
That raises a fascinating question related to the fuel adjustment clause. And if you don't mind, I'm not going to pose it to you unless you feel up to discussing the fuel adjustment clause. I just don't know if that's something that you were particularly familiar with. I'm familiar with the fuel adjustment clause in the sense of how it's applied to the customer's bill when calculating their subscription pricing offer, but haven't gone deep into the regulatory aspects of the fuel adjustment clause. That's okay. I will spare you having to struggle over that and pose it to a different witness. But thank you for pointing that out. All right, I think I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and that will take us to redirect.
Thank you, judges, briefly. Mr. Leddick, early in your conversation with Judge Hatcher, he was asking about protections for ratepayers. I'd like to ask you, what protections are there first for ratepayers that are not participating in the plan?
So the protections that are built in for non-participants or ratepayers who are not participating in subscription pricing, there are a couple. The first is subscription pricing includes, as I mentioned earlier, the program cost adder, which once the program is fully available at scale, is designed to fully recover the costs of administering and implementing this program from the participants themselves. So in that sense, the program cost adder will not would insulate non-participants from having to pay for any of the costs of offering the program. On a pilot basis, it's impractical to set the rate at that level, the program cost adder at that level. So a portion will be socialized, but that's one protection, is that program cost adder. And then the other is this notion that if Evergy ends up under collecting revenues from participants in subscription pricing relative to the standard rate, because it ended up being a hotter than average or colder summer or colder than average winter, Evergy shareholders pay for that under recovered revenue. That is not something that non-participants in the program would pay. So with the exception of a portion of the pilot program cost that would be socialized across customers, non-participants are insulated from the financial impacts of the program.
During the conversation, I think there was a reference to, by someone, to a $150 fee that would be placed on non-participants. Is that your understanding?
It is not. No, my understanding is that program cost adder of up to $2.50 per month would be used to offset a portion of that $150.
What protections are there for the ratepayer for some of the 20,000 that might opt into this pilot program?
Well, I think the biggest protection is any customer who's opting into this program knows with 100% certainty what they will be paying. The subscription pricing offer that is presented to them upfront is a monthly amount, and that customer knows that for the next 12 months, that is what their electricity bill will be, with the possibility of being paid some of that back at the end. So in my mind, the biggest protection for customers is they know exactly what they're paying. And if that price is worth it for them to sign up for the next 12 months, then the customer gets to make that decision. The other, I guess, protection I would mention is this is being offered on a purely opt-in basis. So no customer would unknowingly be defaulted or forced onto this rate option. It would be a proactive decision that customers would make with 100% certainty about what they would be paying.
So the plan wouldn't be for everybody? Is that what you're saying?
That's my belief, is that there's a subset of the customer population that this plan would be attractive to.
Would the customer know that his usage would be evaluated at the end of the year and redetermined on a going forward basis?
Yes, I believe customers would be aware of that fact, yes.
Do you believe that would be an incentive for a customer to conserve and be efficient?
I do.
You were asked some questions about the other jurisdictions that have adopted these types of plans. Would you elaborate on the experience that those companies have had and how customers have reacted in those areas?
Really the data that I have to present there are those enrollment statistics that I mentioned. So again, Georgia Power, I think, has reached 13 or 14% enrollment, indicating pretty significant interest in Georgia. I believe OGE, Oklahoma Gas and Electric, has maybe reached 9% participation among their residential customers. And then that Xcel Energy electric vehicle subscription pricing pilot that I had mentioned earlier, I believe that program reached its pilot participation cap pretty quickly. So I think the observation that I have from those other jurisdictions is that, again, there is a meaningful subset of the residential customer base that's pretty attracted to this idea.
In all of those jurisdictions that have adopted this type of plan, are they all adopted on an opt-in, optional, not mandatory basis?
Yes.
And do any of those companies also have time of use rates or other rate structures?
Yes, they do.
So they're not exclusively one or the other. Some customers may choose to be on a subscription plan. Others might want to be on a high differential time of use plan to save money, right?
That's correct. Yeah, and OGE is a good example of that. They have a pretty well-known variable peak pricing rate option that is well subscribed in addition to their subscription pricing offer.
I think that's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Luddick. You are excused. All of our waiting witnesses can relax. We are going to break for lunch. As a reward for everyone finding agreement over the long weekend, let's come back at 1:30. 1:30 is lunch. Off the record. We will resume testimony at 1:30 p.m. Thank you. On the record, time of recess having expired. Again, this is Judge Hatcher. We're returning to the general rate cases of Evergy Metro and Evergy West. A couple quick announcements. First, I would like to recognize that our chairman, Ryan Sylvie, has joined for the record, making that another attendance of 100% by the commissioners for the hearing today. Also online, currently we have Commissioner Coleman, and I know we had Commissioner Roop and Commissioner Holzman on earlier. I expect them to rejoin, as well as Commissioner Kolkmeyer. Let's go to second announcement. The commission would like an on-the-record presentation, please. And as the presiding officer, I see immense advantages in getting that done this week, while to whatever extent we have some control over the commissioners' calendars. That would make this a lot easier. I do understand that it is Tuesday, and that later on this week is very soon. So I would like to give this over to the parties, and I will anoint staff to be responsible for communicating a reply as to hopefully a jointly suggested time, et cetera, details for an on the record.
For clarification, is it all, both the current STIPs and the third one that should be filed? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
Yes, and for the record, well, 3+. Fingers crossed if there are any more that come in.
And
Yes, Ms. Mertz.
if I may humbly request that if there are any particular issues in those stipulations that the commissioners have particular questions about, that would help the parties with availability of witnesses as and help us narrow down a time that would be best for everybody. So we would appreciate, to the extent that that is possible.
I believe you have just put the word out, and I will follow up with them with an email. And one final announcement, Mr. Kleiser.
Yes, just briefly, the procedural conference for case ER-2022-0011, and I apologize, I don't know the actual style of the case, is currently scheduled for 3 p.m. tomorrow. I would very much like to be able to be on that procedural conference. I have been assigned to the case. I would ask tomorrow if we have not reached the end of the hearing day by 3 p.m. for a brief adjournment so that I may attend that procedural conference.
And for the benefit of our listening audience, the case number cited is for Evergy.
Correct.
And it involves their FAC?
It is the request to increase the FAC for Evergy West, to be specific.
Thank you. And that is, it's not only time conflict, but it's possible connection to this case.
I would probably say yes. I mean, somewhat of a connection.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to step on any hidden issues. So with that request made, I hesitate to ask so officially now, but if anybody has a thought.
We don't have an objection, Your Honor, to allow OPC to attend.
I don't think that was his exact request. So I will take your request under advisement. We'll see where we get to 3 o'clock, and then be prepared. I will be asking the parties for a recess or an adjournment for the day, which should not throw me off schedule, Mr. Public Counsel.
I'd said adjournment. I'd be okay with a recess too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Either. So we'll get there when we get to that bridge. Excellent. Any other announcements? Thank you. Let's return to our witness list. By my schedule, it is Evergy's next witness.
Yes, the company calls Bradley Lutz.
Thank you. And as Mr. Lutz makes his way to the stand, just to remind him, he's already been sworn in. That is still applicable. Go ahead and take your seat, and witness is yours.
Your Honor, this witness's pre-filed testimony has already been admitted, so I would tender him for cross-examination.
Thank you, sir. And that will take us to cross-examination. And on our shortened list, and again, let the record reflect, Commissioner Kolkmeyer has joined us in person. Renew Missouri. Any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
No questions.
Ms. Mers.
No, thank you.
Mr. Kleiser.
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lutz, any commissioner questions for Mr. Brad Lutz of Evergy?
No questions, Judge.
Thank you, Chairman. And the bench does have a couple questions. I'm sorry, that's going to subject you to the whole rigmarole. Mr. Lutz, your testimony details aspects of this program with regard to how certain costs and revenues would be accounted for either above or below the line. So my first question, this is a two-parter. First is, can you clarify what specific charges would be above and then which specific would be below?
Yes, under the company proposal, all of the charges related to the program would be accounted for below the line. Or I guess I should rephrase that to say the net effects of those. So the point is that our goal is to shield non-participants from this pilot to allow us to learn and understand about the program without exposing those any non-participants to the effects of this pilot.
And to follow that up, does the commission under this proposal, would the commission maintain any ability to review or adjust any of those revenues or expenses?
Certainly.
Okay. How do you see that happening?
Well, in the next rate case, those would be offered up and again available to staff and other parties to review all of the accounting treatments of those various costs and handled in that proceeding.
Would a paraphrase be a normal prudence review?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I would say that nothing that we have proposed steps outside of the normal commission review.
Okay, thank you. That is all the questions I have. Hold on just a minute. As I said, we've got to go through our list again.
Certainly.
Let's go to recross-examination, and that'll go back to Renew Missouri.
No questions, thank you.
And Ms. Mers.
A few. You said that nothing in your response to the bench you believe is outside the normal regulatory review process. Do you believe that the regulators, parties such as staff and OPC, would have the ability to review what I believe was 20,000 proposed in testimony, but it sounded like today is now 40,000 potential participants, and whether normalize their usage?
Could you ask that maybe one more time, just to make sure I give you the answer that you're seeking?
Let me see if I can say it a different way.
Okay.
If you give me a moment.
Sure.
Okay, so for staff and other parties to review, would it be necessary for parties to review the weather normalization of each individualized customer?
I would think not, but it depends on your approach. If you follow in my past experience as an auditor, I think that you can use sampling techniques, risk-based assessments, and you can get everything you need through that process to become confident with what's going on in the process. So to answer your question, no, I don't believe that you need to examine each customer to understand that process.
Is it your understanding in this current case, in your typical rate schedules, that staff has expressed concerns about being able to review and analyze the data that's provided?
Certainly.
Okay. And when you said that this would be subject, I believe in response to the bench question, to a prudence review or something like a prudence review, not to put words in your mouth, would you include the revenues that are being booked below the line in that?
Yes, I mean, the whole point is to make sure that that accounting is moving those dollars correctly. I mean, certainly.
So without any special accounting treatment or AAO, you believe that that could be reviewed and moved from below the line if things were found to be accounted, if there were discrepancies in accounting that parties or the commission could find?
I might have to not answer, if I may, because we're starting to move into accounting treatments, which are not my specialty. So I don't want to misstate how something might be treated there.
Okay. Thank you much for your time.
Okay.
Mr. Kleiser?
Good afternoon, Mr. Lutz.
Good afternoon.
Just for the sake of the record and to make things are clear for briefing, below the line, I'm treating it as a term of art. I want to make sure that that's clear. A cost that is booked below the line is a cost that is not included in the company's cost of service?
Correct.
Right. So, and your understanding based on your response from the bench is that both costs and revenues generated from these, hang on, I'm going to screw this up. Let me start that question over. Your understanding is that the costs and revenues in excess of the normalized weather amounts would be not included in the company's cost of service. Did I get that partially correct, at least?
I believe so. But what my answer was saying is that just because they're below the line in that treatment doesn't mean they're precluded from any kind of review in the rate case. I mean, I still think there needs to be a determination that the proper treatment occurred. It's just a matter of what's included ultimately in the revenue requirement requested by the company.
But any excess revenue or excess costs beyond what the company originally intended to collect through the rate would be retained by the company in either direction?
Correct. We've requested a symmetric treatment, yes.
They would be both borne by or received by shareholders and not borne by, received by ratepayers?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. I just wanted to get that clarified. I have no further questions.
Thank you, and that'll take us to redirect.
Thank you. Mr. Lutz, you were asked some questions about how staff would audit accounts. Do you recall that?
I do.
Can you describe how you think an audit would take place?
Well, starting from the account perspective, what I would probably do would be to review the overall population and identify some kind of approach, sampling technique to review and extract a statistically significant sample from that population. I would review that, do my discovery, and then determine, if I'm comfortable with the results or if any kind of further analysis was needed. My hope is that the process would avail itself and you would be able to understand what was occurring in the execution of that process and can make an assessment of it.
Do you recall staff asking you if it was true that they expressed a concern on the ability to review data in this case?
I do.
And you believe you said, yes, staff did express a concern?
Know that I was aware of their concerns in the case.
Do you believe they did have a legitimate concern on reviewing data?
Can you rephrase that?
I'll just drop it.
Okay, sorry.
That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you, sir. You are excused. And Evergy, your next witness.
Company calls Kim Winslow.
You've already been sworn in?
No, I
No.
have not.
Go ahead and raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. And your witness?
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Kimberly Winslow.
Where do you work and what is your position there?
I work at Evergy, and my position is Senior Director of Energy Solutions.
Thank you. Ms. Winslow, did you cause to be filed in the Evergy Metro case direct testimony, which has been pre-marked as Exhibit 82, rebuttal testimony, which has been pre-marked as Exhibit 83, and surrebuttal testimony that's been pre-marked as Exhibit 84?
Yes, I did.
Did you also file in the Evergy Missouri West case direct testimony, which has been pre-marked as Exhibit 128?
Yes, I did.
Those testimonies I mentioned, do you have any corrections to any of those?
No, I do not.
Would the answers to those testimonies be the same as they appear? Would it be the same today as they appear in the written form in your testimony?
Yes, they would.
Are the answers contained in the testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Judge, I would move for the admission of Winslow direct rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony using the previous marked numbers, and then would tender this witness for cross-examination.
You've heard the motion. I will combine all of the questions and repeat the exhibit numbers. Are there any objections to the admission of Exhibit 82, 83, or 84 to the file number ending in 0129, or the admission of Exhibit 128 to the file number ending in 0130? Any objections? Hearing none, it is so admitted. Let's go to cross-examination. Renew Missouri.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. And staff
No, thank you.
and public counsel.
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winslow. I'm sorry. I do have a question. Let's ask the commissioners first. Any commissioner questions for Ms. Winslow?
No questions, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner. And as I said, the bench does have just a couple questions. Your testimony mentions a number of rule variances that Evergy is seeking in conjunction with this pilot program. Do you have a sense if the program would still be offered if those variances are not granted?
Yeah, so in review of those variances, I believe that there was about 4 variances. When I submitted my testimony, there was a combination of variances that were provided for both advanced easy pay and for subscription pricing. Now that advanced easy pay has been agreed to be withdrawn by parties and the company, there still exist about 4 different variances. I believe that a couple of them are based around whether or not the company is able to show actual energy usage to the customer and show a beginning and ending meter reading. And then I think the third one was just around being able to, notify the customer that there would be some seasonal rate changes as well. So in review of those variances, I think that as we think about the bill that we want to present to a subscription pricing participant, I think it is important that we show them what their historical usage is and what their actual usage is. So, in my review of Georgia Power, Mr. Leddick had talked about that their program had been in place for about 20 years. And I think of them as being a very good benchmark to think about how we would offer this program. They do offer within their bill that actual usage and historical usage. And I would think, the company would want to seek to be able to offer that so that we can continue to, again, take advantage of our CIS system and present that to the customer. So I think there may be, the one variance around seasonality. I'm not so sure that may be one variance that we would not want or that we would continue to seek simply because the customer will have a fixed bill. And so they don't necessarily need to understand that their bill may be changing because of rates. It will be a fixed bill. I think on those other ones, we would have to continue to think about whether or not we can present that historical energy usage as well as the current energy usage. Does that make sense?
Am I to take your answer as?
I think that we would need, you're saying, would we, repeat your question again, sorry.
Would you still do the program?
Yes.
If the commission said no to your waivers?
I'm not sure that we could do the program.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, this one was a punted question.
Okay.
How will customers be made aware of their usage and how it tracks with their anticipated or calculated usage? So kind of like the example you're pointing out with Georgia, I think.
Right. So again, I think, we want to be able to seek to show the customer what their actual usage is compared to historical usage so that they can understand how they are performing against that subscription bill. And I guess I would also add too, so we're talking about that's the physical bill. We do have the My Account portal, which is the digital tool that many of our customers, all customers have access to that, but they have to set up that account portal. But there is information within that account portal where they can go to and look to see what their, what their usage has been for the day, for the week, for the month, for the year.
And drawing on what I heard earlier, is the current proposal then an annual summary of the customer's usage for that annual period and then compared to a historical, or is that in every monthly bill?
So our initial offer would show what their previous weather normalized usage was, and then what their offer would be under subscription pricing. And so that would be their initial offer, and then they would still receive a monthly bill showing what that monthly amount is.
I did not hear an answer to my question.
Okay.
Is their monthly bill going to show any usage for that month?
Yes. Yes. Their monthly bill, again, we want to strive to be able to show what their monthly bill is and then compare to what their historical monthly usage is.
Okay, so I sign up for the program, and I heard you qualify it, the initial, and I want to get past that. So I'm 6 months into the
Sure.
program. The bill that I get, is that one monthly bill going to show me how much electricity I consumed over the last month? Or-
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that monthly bill going to show me that amount? So it's going to say, dear Charles, you spent $100 this month. Last year at this time, before you were on this program, you spent $110 a month.
No, yeah, it'll likely just show, we won't show the dollar amount, we'll show the usage amount.
Okay,
Yes.
but there will be some. Okay.
Right, yes.
Any alerts for high usage? And at this point, I want to differentiate between, you said the My Customer Portal?
My Account.
My Account portal?
Yeah.
Because it sounds like that would be available to these customers. At the end of the day,
Yes.
they could certainly sign in for a subscribe price and sign in through that portal to get all of the more detailed, granular data for their account.
Correct.
Within the subscription program, is there any alert for high usage?
So within the actual subscription pricing tariff, we did not set up any guardrails if a customer is under, using more an extreme amount of usage than maybe what they were the previous month or the previous year. So not within the subscription pricing tariff. However, Evergy does have high bill alerts that a customer can sign up for that also lets them know whether or not their usage is going out of bounds. I believe the customer can set guardrails around their usage amount.
So I want to key in on, that's an opt-in program and referring to the guardrails, so there's no automatic guardrails. So a hypothetical question, as a parent whose children have bought one or two apps without their parents' permission, man, I wish they don't ever read this. I can imagine a scenario where parents leave for a month's vacation and come home to find out that they are now home to a crypto mining operation. I have read news articles that these can apparently be loaded into semi-truck trailers and moved to plug into energy sources. So not humorous, but probably not outside the realm of possibility. At what point does the company have a responsibility to somebody to say, holy cow, we've gone from a standard, and I'm sorry for the dollar amounts, the 100 kilowatt hours a month to 50,000 gigawatts, or whatever crypto mining is.
Yeah.
Can you help me with this hypothesis? Just talk it through a little.
Yeah, sure. So, in that case, when I think about how the subscription pricing plan is developed, and we've talked, Mr. Leddick talked about the risk premium that is applied up to 10%. And so when we think about that increased cost that could occur, that would be borne, that increased cost, we have that 10% premium. There's a behavioral risk component, the up to 5%, right? And then there's the other piece around the risk premium, that could be based on weather, it could be based on how, any modeling risk that we may have, different just risk elements that we're thinking about, any riders that may increase or decrease. So the company has developed those, both that behavior risk and the risk premium that it has applied. So the company then, or the shareholders, if the customer ends up going outside of their monthly bill amount, that cost will be borne by the shareholders, not by the company, or not by non-participants, right? So I think we have to remember that from that perspective, the shareholders will bear that cost of any increased usage that is going to happen. And then when it comes to the next year, then the customer will they will pay an increased or an average amount based on the previous 12 months. So then they get reset. Their next year, their next 12 months will get reset. But then they will receive their monthly bill as well. That will show what the usage was for that month.
We've talked a little bit about the customer portal, which sounds very conducive to customers with a smartphone or a tablet or internet access. Would customers without that access still be able to participate in the subscription pricing program?
Yeah, yes. I mean, any customer could participate. I mean, there's some restrictions that we have within the tariff, net metering, single metered multifamily apartment complex, but with all of our programs, a customer can still participate without access to the portal.
But now we have a customer who is more engaged and wants to set up some guardrails, but no smartphone, are they going to be able to participate in your subscription program, set up the guardrails, and not have a smartphone or access to the internet?
I mean, it's possible. I mean, I feel like, this is a program that perhaps that person, they may see that that's not something that they want to choose to participate or not, and there may be another program where they do want more of that real-time information. I mean, time of use, for example, they wouldn't be able to, I mean, would that preclude them from participating in time of use as well? So I feel like, I mean, I don't want to draw too much attention to if they don't have access to a computer or a smartphone, but they can still participate in the program. They would still be able to have that information and still receive that monthly bill, just as all the other customers.
Have you looked at any data or surveys to indicate that customers on the budget billing option would transition to the subscription pricing option mainly because of the lack of a true-up?
We have done multiple surveys. I mean, that particular question, I'm not sure. I do know that, again, as we presented the different options or did some of our surveys, customers were interested in that flat bill, one that did not have the true-up at the end of the 12 months, or even now our bill or our average payment plan, it gets trued up within plus or minus 10%, even on a monthly basis. So that was an attribute when we did our customer research. Customers did like the fact that there was a flat bill that they could simply budget for and not have to worry about it.
That takes care of all the questions I have. Ms. Winslow, I'm going to have to ask you to wait on our witness stand for just a few moments. We're going to go through recross. First, I have Renew Missouri. Any questions on recross?
No, thank you.
Thank you. And for staff?
Good afternoon, Ms. Winslow.
Hi.
Do you have a copy of your direct with you?
I do, yes.
Could you turn to your first schedule, Schedule KHW, page 1?
Yes.
And is it correct that this is a chart that you've laid out for the requested variances for both the Advanced Easy Pay and the subscription pricing pilot?
Yes, I mentioned that, yes.
And I'm assuming for all who maybe don't have a copy, but the AEP is Advanced Pilot and the SP is things...
Subscription pricing.
Okay. So for the variance for 20 CSR 42040 13.22, which is the each billing statement rendered by utilities shall be computed on actual usage, is it correct that the justification you listed is for the subscription pilot, as the program will be set up with an agreed upon monthly charge at the start, there is not a need to bill based on actual usage.
Right.
Customers will still have options available to find out their actual usage other than the actual bill. Is that correct reading?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. That was all I had.
Okay, yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Gleiser?
Good afternoon, Ms. Winslow.
Good afternoon.
All right, if I'm a savvy Evergy customer and I sign up for subscription billing, I know that in order to receive the behavioral usage, I'm using the term rebate, the behavioral usage amount that comes back to customers at the end of the year. I'm going to keep calling it a rebate, and I apologize if you disagree with that term.
I'm going to object that the judge didn't ask about the behavioral usage adder. This is beyond the scope of the judge's questions.
If you will allow me, I'm trying to get to my point, and I will get there relatively quickly.
But you're supposed to ask questions about what the judge asked, not your point.
All right, let me rephrase my question and start from the beginning.
That I will agree with. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Winslow, you were having a discussion with the judge about the ability to include the actual usage on customer bills, right?
Yes,
That is the actual usage and not a weather normalized usage, right?
that's correct, yes.
Okay. A customer trying to determine if they are going to be eligible for returning the amount under the behavioral usage needs to know whether or not their weather normalized usage has increased or decreased, right?
Right, yes.
There's not going to be any way for a customer to determine whether or not their weather normalized usage increases or decreases from the bill.
Right, we will be presenting their actual usage, yes.
I apologize. That was the point I wanted to make, and thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. That takes us to redirect.
Thanks. Staff asked you a question about your Schedule 1, where you listed the variances you requested. You see that?
Yes, uh-huh.
And I think you mentioned it earlier regarding how the bill would show actual usage based on your review of Georgia Power bills. So is that something in addition to what you requested in the variance, where it said that there's no need to bill based on actual usage monthly?
Yeah, I mean, in this variance, I mean, we're not billing based on actual usage, on actual monthly usage. We're not billing on that basis. We're billing an average amount calculated from the subscription pricing offer.
Right. But you're still proposing to show actual usage as you discussed earlier.
Yes.
And you were speaking to Mr. Kleiser about whether normalized usage information, is that correct? Do you call that?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Would the company be willing to work with the customer to provide weather normalized billing information? Should they require it? Should they ask for it?
Yeah, I think the company definitely would want to, present that, or not present it, but help the customer understand how their actual usage is varied based on how weather is impacting their usage. And for example, I mean, I would say even within our My Account portal, we have temperature data that we also share along with the customer.
And you're also talked about with the judge, high bill alerts. Would you also be willing to work with the customers to provide high bill alerts? Should they require those?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winslow. You're excused.
Yep.
Everett, go ahead and call your next witness.
That is it, Your Honor.
No, Mr. File.
Mr. File was testifying on advanced easy pay, and we've agreed to remove that if we get the stipulation filed, which we anticipate doing today.
Understood. And that will, I believe, take us to staff. And I understand there are two staff witnesses. So staff's witness, go ahead.
Staff would call Contessa King to the stand.
Good afternoon, Ms. King. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ms. Mers?
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
First name Contessa, Contessa. Last name King, King.
And who are you employed by and in what capacity?
I am employed by the Missouri Public Service Commission. I am the manager of the Customer Experience Department.
And did you file or cause to be prepared testimony in this case that has been listed as the rebuttal testimony of Contessa King, Exhibit 242, in both public and confidential versions?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to that testimony?
No.
And if I asked you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And is that information true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
I would go ahead and ask that that exhibit be entered and then tender Ms. King for cross.
You've heard the motion. Are there any objections to the admission of Exhibit 242 to the hearing record? Hearing none, the exhibit is so admitted. The witness has been tendered, and that will take us to public counsel.
Good afternoon, Ms. King.
Afternoon.
You are fairly familiar with Evergy's existing billing system or bill options, correct?
Fairly familiar, yes.
Evergy currently offers a billing option referred to as level pay, correct?
Yes, their average level payment plan.
You would agree with me that the current average level payment plan is substantially similar. Nope, let me walk that back. Were you here this morning when Mr. Leedick was testifying?
Yes.
When he was asked a question from the judge, he was talking about broader perspectives, and one of the things that he mentioned was the idea that customers might want a level or consistent amount of billing. You would agree with me that Evergy's current average level pay system allows customers to be billed a regular or average amount every month, correct?
That's correct.
Do you believe it would be possible to make changes to the existing average level pay system that could solve or bring that pay program closer or more similar to what Evergy is proposing here?
Yes, I mean, the company is stating that one of the reasons they want to offer this program to their customers is because customers want predictability and they want choice. So they could look at their existing average payment plan and redesign it in a way in which customers would get that predictability. And they can also design it in a way where there's choices that customers could make along the way within that 12-month period. For example, you know, giving them the choice to true up maybe at 6 months or at the end of the 12-month period, allowing them to roll over any remaining balance into the next 12 months. So they can achieve the predictability that they're touting as well as customer choice by simply redesigning an existing program. And OPC witness, Ms. Lisa Kramer, she mentions that in her testimony as well.
I know there's been some discussion, especially during the opening, that kind of compared the subscription pay program to something like a subscription streaming service. I think Netflix is the trademark name that's gotten thrown around. You would agree with me that electricity service or the services being offered by Evergy are not truly similar to a subscription streaming service like Netflix, right?
In terms of being essential, no, they're not similar. I don't find Netflix or Gold's membership, you know, or any type of streaming service a necessity, whereas electricity is a necessity.
You would agree with me that Evergy, unlike streaming services, are not competing for their customers,
Evergy is a monopoly, so no, they are not competing.
I have no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kleiser. Next, we have Renew Missouri.
No questions, thank you.
And the company.
Yeah, just a couple, Judge. Ms. King, you were visiting with Public Counsel about ways to improve the current average level pay program that Evergy has. Do you recall that?
I wouldn't call it visiting, but yes, I do recall the discussion
Under
on it.
cross-examination, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Would you recommend the elimination of the true-up aspect of that plan?
No, what I'm suggesting is that you could potentially roll that into the next 12 months.
Isn't that the major difference between the current budget billing plan, as I call it, and what the company's proposing with the subscription pricing pilot program?
That is a difference, correct?
It's probably the major one, isn't it?
Yes, I would say it's major.
You've been around the commission a long time, is that right?
20 years.
Is it your understanding that the commission, one of the primary tasks of the commission is to serve as a surrogate to encourage companies to act more like a competitive market would?
To act as a surrogate.
A surrogate for competition when there is none?
I do believe that that has been and is encouraged. I think we have to be careful in making sure that programs are designed in a way that is beneficial to customers in doing that. But I don't disagree that, yeah, they would like to see choice where choice can be offered.
Do you believe that choice is a beneficial thing for customers?
I believe informed choice is beneficial to customers.
Informed choice?
Yes.
Okay. So choice, if they're informed about the programs, would be a benefit to customers. They can opt in or they can opt out. They don't need to be a part of a pilot, right?
Correct.
So that is a choice that they have in this setting, right?
Yes, this program is designed as voluntary only and opt-in. That is correct.
But staff is opposing that choice for consumers, right?
Staff is opposing that choice for consumers because by the company's own admission, the customer that is participating in subscription pricing on average would pay more under subscription pricing than they would under the standard rate.
And some customers would find the fixed bill aspect of that program to be attractive and would perhaps more than offset any concern they had about a little bit more money.
I believe that's where we're facing some philosophical differences, whereas staff is not supporting a program where on average a customer could pay more simply for the opportunity to have choice.
Staff knows better than the customer about what kind of payment plan they prefer.
No, staff does not know better.
Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. That'll take us to commissioner questions. Are there any commissioner questions for Ms. King? Hearing none, the bench does have a couple questions, Ms. King. These are, again, some reboot questions I've asked other witnesses. I want to make sure staff had an opportunity to also answer. Do you believe that Evergy could proceed with this pilot program if the commission denied the variances?
Well, let me say first that, of course, we are not supporting that the commission approve this program, but if the commission were to, then I believe the information that they're wanting to remove from the physical bill, that they could include that information on the bill, based on my understanding of how their system works. So, yes, I think they could move forward with the program without the variances.
And I want to make sure I'm following the train of thought and make sure that it's in the record. You're saying that without the variances, Evergy could still do the program because they would be producing a bill which could include all of the required information under Chapter 13 or other regulations, period.
Based on my understanding of which variances they're seeking that were included in their direct testimony, it seems to me that a number of these variances aren't that they could continue to go ahead and move on with the program, but still include some of the information, like they're wanting to remove like, you know, the seasonal change. I mean, that's just, they can put a blurb on the bill that actually explains that that occurs. Now, it may not be occurring for that particular customer because they're on subscription pricing, but they could still put it on the bill that occurs. In terms of consumption, I mean, I have to be honest, I'm a little confused on what they're saying they're going to continue to put on the physical bill. But it seems to me that, you know, consumption could still be on the bill. It's my opinion that a billing period could still be on the bill. So, you know, potentially they could move forward without them.
Okay, thank you. One more. This was posed to Mr. Lutz. Would the commission still have the ability to review and/or adjust any revenue or expense posted below the line associated with this program?
Staff witness Sarah Lange, she can testify and answer any questions regarding revenue treatments or rate design.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. King. That's all the questions the bench has. I do apologize. We're going to go through the rigmarole again.
It's okay.
We'll go back to recross examination. Mr. Kleiser.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Renew Missouri.
No questions, thank you.
Evergy.
No questions. Thank you, Judge.
And redirect.
Good afternoon, Ms. King.
Afternoon, thank you.
You were asked by counsel for OPC about what changes could be made to the level payment plan to get more predictability. Did you have any others than the ones you went over?
In terms of recommendations?
Yes.
Not really.
And Evergy could still bundle, we've heard that term often, the level payment plan with offers such as a smart thermostat, correct?
Yeah, to my knowledge, there's nothing preventing them from doing that.
You also received some questions from counsel for Evergy about one of staff's duties, and he stated that is to act or encourage a competitive environment or act as a surrogate for competition. Do you recall that?
I believe he said commission.
A commission. Is part of the commission's, I guess, slogan or motto, would you think that portion he's talking about is the quality utility service portion?
Yes.
And is there another part of that commission motto?
Informed consumers, quality utility services.
And what concerns does staff have with the informed consumer portion of that and making sure the commission is helping customers be as informed as they can?
Right. As stated in my testimony, I do think it's going to take it may take, that's what I say in my testimony, it may take a sophisticated customer to understand the intricacies of this program. And then the company has also stated that there's no need to go into great detail with customers how all of the adders and all the various things that are associated with the calculation of the bill. And I believe that's just where we disagree. We do believe that customers need to be well-informed on what they're getting into, even though this is a voluntary program.
And you were asked about, or maybe accused would be a better term, of staff assuming they know better than customers.
I'll object to the characterization of that.
I apologize and I'll withdraw. But do you recall that statement being made?
Yes.
Do you think staff, with its training and expertise, understands proposals better than the typical consumer?
Yes, we do, and we're struggling with this one.
And do you think without education that consumers can make a truly informed voluntary choice?
No. And
does eliminating this program eliminate choice from the consumer, or are there other options for them to get predictability or an average known monthly plan or payment?
To answer the beginning of your question, no. And yes, there's other options.
And then you were asked by the bench about the variances in this case, and if Evergy could still go forward. What is your understanding of the variances requested?
My understanding is that the company will no longer, because of the nature of the program, how it's designed, there won't be a billing period on there. There won't be the actual usage on the bill, because even in Ms. Winslow's schedule in her direct testimony, she states that there's other ways in which customers can find out about their actual usage. So in reading that, that's telling me that perhaps consumption wouldn't be on there. So, you know, those are just some issues that come to mind. Also, they're requesting a variant from 13.020, Section 2, which is the estimated billing procedures, which of course, again, the way this program's designed, we're not looking to have, you know, things estimated, but one of the provisions is that the company puts on the bill whether or not the reading is estimated or actual. And since they're asking for a variance from that, that means that if there were something that happened to the meter, you know, sometimes that's how customers find out that a meter has malfunctioned, is because they'll see that E or that A on there. So customers would no longer be seeing that information either.
So you mentioned the estimate, the notification on the bill that usage was actual or estimated, might be a way of alerting consumers or Evergy that there's a potential issue. Would having that usage on there provide difficulties, or not having that usage, excuse me, would not having that usage on there provide difficulties for consumers in filing complaint for if they believe they were charged incorrectly, or if they, would they be able to tell if there was any diversion on their account without that information?
I mean, yeah, it's possible they could, you know, maybe miss something because that information isn't included on the bill.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. King. You are excused.
Thank you.
Staff's next witness.
Staff calls Sarah Lange to the stand.
Ms. Lange, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat. Ms. Mers?
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sarah, Sarah, L.K. Lange, Lange.
And who were you employed by and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Missouri Public Service Commission as a regulatory economist on its staff.
And do you have any other training or degrees that help you in your job?
Yes, I also have a Missouri bar license. I'm an attorney in the state of Missouri.
And did you prepare or cause to be prepared direct testimony that has been marked as Exhibit 229, rebuttal testimony that has been marked as Exhibit 243, and surrebuttal testimony that has been marked as Exhibit 265?
I did.
And do you have any corrections to that testimony?
I do. Several corrections were noted within subsequent rounds of testimony, but to address here today, in the CCOS Direct, page 59, the sentence beginning on line 16 should read, "Failure to ensure that customers seeking additional distribution and metering equipment to facilitate an overall bill reduction are appropriately charged for the costs of such upgrades consistent with the applicable facilities extension tariff provisions would be imprudent on the part of EMM and EMW."
If I interrupt, just to clarify, Were all of the words that you spoke the correction?
Yes, I left a sentence got worded very awkwardly when it was moved, and so I was
really-
reading the correct sentence. I can read what the incorrect sentence said, if that would be helpful.
No, but could you read the complete sentence one more time?
Oh, yes, that was the complete sentence. Failure to ensure that customers seeking additional distribution and metering equipment to facilitate an overall bill reduction are appropriately charged for the costs of such upgrades, consistent with the applicable facilities extension tariff provisions, would be imprudent on the part of EMM and EMW. So the would be imprudent is relating back to failure to follow the tariff effectively.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And was that your only correction?
That was not already addressed, yes.
Yes. Okay. And with that correction, is that testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
And if I asked you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Okay. At this time, I would go ahead and offer Exhibits 229, 243, and 265 into the record and tender Ms. Lange for cross.
Thank you, Ms. Mers. You've heard the motion. Are there any objections to the admission of Exhibit 229, 243, or 265 onto the hearing record? Seeing no objections, they are so admitted. The witness has been tendered. Mr. Kleiser for public counsel.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lange.
Good afternoon.
I believe that your counsel, during opening statements, and I apologize if I misparaphrase this, suggested that staff had serious concerns regarding the ability to audit these proposed programs. So, and I know that that's been brought up by several other witnesses. So, to help me understand, am I correct in understanding that staff's position is that it would be exceedingly difficult to audit the subscription pricing program or rates?
It would be correct.
And am I correct in assuming that that difficulty stems from a lack of information available to staff, I will add?
It goes far beyond that. This tariff, as it's proposed, has significant discretion available to the company, and what we've learned here today is that there's even more discretion than we were aware of. We've learned today that let me get the right name here, the risk adder, is that what we're calling it? The 10% gross up, or the up to 10% gross up, that can vary, presumably at the company's complete discretion, whether that's over time, whether that's by customer, whether that is both. That gives us an inability to go back and check things. What we would need not only to review the appropriateness of bills charged, but also to evaluate the effectiveness of the program and any impact it has on increasing usage, particularly usage at times of high energy costs and capacity demand, is we would need hourly usage. And in this case, we've been unable to obtain hourly usage of, for example, the individual customers who are on the TOU study. And that was due to the way the company maintains the data, and the way they were able to make that available to the staff was going to involve a tremendous amount of storage and computer processing that far exceeds staff's ability to use. And probably the most significant issue is this weather normalization process. Weather normalization is commonly done on a class or subclass level, and it functions as well as it can on that. And the issue is applying those class average responses to individual customers is just not reasonable. And so we would have to take the company's word for how they weather normalized both the historic usage and the present period usage to come up with these amounts. And even if we could access, the 4,000 or 40,000 customers' individual usages as would be necessary to individually weather normalize them, I don't think there's any reason to expect that using that class level response and applying it to individual customers would be reasonable for any, whether done as part of an audit or as part of the bill calculation.
Covered a lot of ground there.
I apologize. I get into this stuff.
You were here earlier when Mr. Lutz took the stand, correct?
Yes.
And you heard Mr. Lutz provide his explanation of how he thought an audit could be performed, correct?
I did.
And so would you agree that Mr. Lutz's proposed method of auditing would resolve staff's concerns?
It wouldn't. You know, it's good to have on the record what the company says they would do, because it's certainly not in the tariff and it's certainly not in their pre-filed testimony. But, you know, we get, we being staff, not my department in particular, you know, on a practically daily basis, customers call and ask about their bills. And as part of that, you know, it's pretty routine for the, someone within staff, depends on the type of the complaint, what department it is, to request monthly billing and look it up. I don't think it's reasonable to think that as part of that audit process, we would be able to replicate the company's weather normalization of the initial offer, much less of the current period, to determine if the customer was appropriately billed, or I guess to Mr. Lutz's point, if that was appropriately reflected in a future rate case.
I want to move on to talk about the FAC. Were you here earlier today when I was trying to discuss the FAC with Mr. Ledick?
Yes.
Really hoping I'm pronouncing that correctly. All right, so this concerns me. As I understand it, and you tell me if I'm correct, when the subscription pricing rate is set, the company will include all of the current existing riders like the FAC, the RESRAM, the MIA, that are volumetric in nature as part of the rate, correct?
It is my understanding the company will take that rate that is in effect at the time that the offer is made to the customer and multiply it by the normalized, weather normalized usage of that customer for the prior 12 months, grossed up by 5%, grossed up, and then apply that rate, and then gross that resulting dollar amount up by up to 10%.
So if the FAC is increased after the customer gets on the subscription rate, the subscription rate isn't subsequently changed to reflect the FAC increase?
I don't believe it would be subject to change during that 12-month period. I do believe that customer's usage would, of course, flow into the FAC, and any increased consumption they would have or changing in time of consumption they would have would impact current customers in that subsequent FAR adjustment.
So this is the point I want to make, that I need to get this very clear. A customer on a subscription rate will not pay any part of a change in the FAC after their rate is set over the 12-month period that their rate is in effect.
Yes, that customer would be insulated from the FAC rider changes, the MIA rider changes, the RESRAM rider changes, and if a securitization charge is imposed or trued up during that time, they would be exempted from applicability of the securitization charge as well.
So on that last point, I want to make sure that's clear. If a customer gets on the subscription rate and there isn't a securitization charge, but a securitization charge is added to general rates after they get on the subscription rate, that customer won't be paying the securitization charge.
That customer would be bypassing the securitization charge, and they would also be bypassing changes in the future under that securitization charge.
You had mentioned the risk premium earlier, which I was going to get into. So this was another question that I had posed to Mr. Ledick. Is it your understanding? No. Let me rephrase that as a yes or no question. Am I correct that the risk premium adder can be changed in between rate cases?
That is my understanding of Mr. Ledick's testimony, and from what I understood of his testimony, Effectively, any amount below 10% would be an untariffed surcharge or adder in violation of the filed tariff doctrine.
Have you reviewed the tariff itself?
I have.
Is there anything that guarantees that the risk premium adder is consistent for all customers in the tariff?
There is not. And whether that's over time or whether that is, if you have if the company decides that the risk premium is 5%, number one, I don't know where that amount would be published. Number two, I don't know if that 5% applies to all customers or to some subjective subset of customers. Let's say, the company decides that some customers have a 5% risk premium, some customers have a 7.5%. I don't believe there's anything in the tariff to constrain that, and I don't believe there's anything in the tariff or the proposed treatment to notify customers as that changes over time, so that you could have a very discriminatory situation where two customers with identical prior usage on this program are receiving effectively different untariffed rates due to the company's discretionary imposition of these charges and adders.
During the openings, Counsel for Evergy drew a comparison to events that had played out in a telephone case. Were you present for that?
I was. I found that a very strained comparison given the differences between telephone. Telephone pricing, based on my somewhat limited experience, is more akin, especially for a local distribution, or I'm sorry, let me remember now, we've got the local exchange, I forget what the C stands for, but the LEX. The telephone situation is much more analogous to the straight fixed variable pricing that used to be common under gas, and if they want to make a tie to straight fixed variable for the non-gas portion of a customer's bill, that seems much more reasonable than trying to shoehorn energy pricing, electricity pricing that has a strong time-based component, seasonal component, and a capacity component to telephone seemed highly inapplicable.
Well, you preempted my next question.
Sorry.
That's fine. One last thing, to your knowledge, in the telephone case that was being described, had the telephone company made hundreds of millions of dollars in plant investment designed with the idea of moving towards something resembling a time of use rate?
Objection, I think calls for speculation.
I'm asking if she knows. If she doesn't know, then she doesn't know.
Would you ask me, would you repeat the question?
I can try. To your understanding, in the telephone case that was discussed, had the telephone company made hundreds of millions of dollars in plant investment with the design of moving something similar to time of use rates?
I'm going to allow it.
In my experience, there is no metering associated with telephone. There's no at-home device that monitors the time at which a customer used or does not use the telephone. So I don't think that could have occurred at that time.
Now, much earlier, you had already sort of preempted one of my questions regarding weather normalization, but I want to get this tied down. So, is it your understanding that the weather normalization being proposed here is on a class-wide basis and not on an individual customer basis?
My understanding is that they'll be using a class weather normalization factor, which is typically developed about 45 days after the close of a billing period, and applying that at some point to that customer's usage for a prior experience period. And that's not how it works. That class value, you can't develop an individual customer weather normalization value that I'm aware of. So using that class value and applying it to individual customers is going to give you non-reliable results for purposes of establishing what a customer's usage is to bill them. Things that we can do on an average and normalized basis for rate making are very different than things that are reasonable to do to individual customer bills and to establishing a level at which to bill that customer going forward.
The company has proposed that this subscription pricing promotes energy efficiency by allowing the program to be coupled with other energy efficiency programs. I am correct. It is correct that Evergy is currently already offering smart thermostats without needing to tie it to a subscription pricing.
I believe that's a component of their MIA.
It's also true that the company is currently offering a clean energy charge.
My understanding is that there is a tariff, but they have not yet built a facility. But if there's further detail on that point, I would defer to either Claire Eubanks or Cedric Cunningham.
All right, one last thing. I attempted this exercise to a certain degree with Mr. Leddick, and I'm going to attempt it again, because I think it's important that we look at the math here. So if we were to assume that a customer, under subscription pricing, has an average monthly bill of $100, that's our assumption to start with.
Okay. Is this including a $12.42 customer charge? Can I get that clarification?
No, I was originally only referring to the amount that would be calculated by taking their average, weather normalized usage, multiplying it by the rate and riders in effect and dividing it by 12, which is my understanding of how the math works.
I don't believe that that captures everything that would be subject to the risk adjustment. I believe that you would need to increase that amount by the customer charge, as the customer charge would be grossed up by approximately up to, I believe it would be $1.24 or thereabouts under the risk adjustment.
All right, you're throwing me for a loop. I'm going to admit it. I'm going to ask you to, notwithstanding the customer charge, let's factor the customer charge in then to keep things rolling along. So we have our base. We then add in the behavioral risk adder, right? That's 5%.
I think the order of operations matters here. Let me verify. The behavioral usage adder is going to take that KWH and gross it up by 5%.
And we're going to also add in the risk premium adder. And from our conversation with Mr. Leddick earlier, I'm going to say 5% again, so that the math sort of kind of keeps the same.
And that's where I found myself disagreeing with how you proceeded with Mr. Leddick. I think that you have to add all of your adders, and then you increase it by that up to 10%. So that's how your customer charge becomes $1.20 higher. That's how your $2.50 charge becomes a $2.75 charge. I think that the times 10% occurs after the smart thermostat is added on, after the clean energy is added on. I think that all of those amounts get increased by the up to 10%.
I can clearly tell that I am not going to do well if I continue down this train of thought. So you know what? I'm going to leave off any more math questions to someone more qualified than I. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any questions from Renew Missouri?
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. And Evergy.
Oh, just briefly, Judge. Ms. Lange, I think I read in your testimony that your title's an economist for tariff and rate design department. Is that right? Or roughly that?
I think we had a reclassification a number of years ago. I think I may now be known as a economist as opposed to a regulatory economist. I apologize if I misstated that.
Well, that's not really important to me, but you're an economist rather than an accountant, correct? Or you're a lawyer, anyway.
I am not a CPA, if that is your question.
Okay, and you're not a regulatory auditor like some of the folks on staff, right?
That's not my title, correct?
Okay. And is there a regulatory auditor listed on the list of witnesses for this particular issue?
For this particular issue, due to the 14 program request made by the company in this case, and the nature of the current staff workload, decisions had to be made about
Oh, I understand.
economies of assignments.
Oh, I understand, but the answer is no, right?
I don't believe an auditor filed testimony on this
Okay.
issue.
Okay, when I reviewed your testimony on this topic in your rebuttal, I started at page 3. Is that where you discuss this issue?
I don't have it in front of me, but that sounds about right.
No, her rebuttal. Did you address this in direct?
I did not directly address this in direct, as it was a request by the company. As this has progressed, some of my direct testimony has become relevant to this issue, particularly noting that everything good the company professes could be done by this could be better done by another program. And I think I can give you the site for that.
No, that wasn't my question at all. I
Thought it was.
I thought I was trying to get to where you discussed this issue, and I think it's on page 3 of your rebuttal.
And I apologize for inadvertently causing any confusion by misstating direct, but I had asked for rebuttal because I was going to ask if I could approach, because I do have a copy of that testimony for Ms. Lange. So I apologize for the interruption, everyone.
Please go ahead.
I appreciate it. We try to not print when we don't absolutely have to.
Oh, I totally understand. The record is very large in this case.
Thank you.
Yes.
There on page 3, you describe the program, and I believe you talk about concerns. Where in that pre-filed testimony do you raise concerns about the ability of staff to audit the pilot program?
Well, I state that it's unreasonable and the commission imprimatur should not be placed on it.
I saw that, but where did you say?
I'm sorry, you interrupted me there, Mr. Fisher.
I apologize. I'm sorry.
And I continue that the approach Mr. Lutz describes creates a below-the-line revenue stream. If the program is adopted, revenues from the program should be recognized in future rate cases, but future shortfalls should be absorbed by Evergy. And I go on to say that that proposed treatment is not symmetrical. Necessarily, if we're dealing with this in a future case, we'll have to know what those streams are, both on the foregone revenue in terms of rates not charged and the revenues collected through this program.
Okay, I see that. Where in that pre-filed testimony do you raise concerns about the ability of staff to audit it?
Well, that would be the part where I say it's inherently unreasonable and it creates mismatched revenue streams.
Okay, that's where that is. Where do you mention any concerns about hourly usage?
Well, that would be where I state that it is inherently unreasonable. And we do not recommend it as promulgated, that it's a bad idea with a bad design for no real end goal.
Okay.
I'm happy to discuss those further if you'd like.
No, that's all right. My question was just where did you discuss it? I also found it curious. Did I understand you to say that back in the telephone example, there's no metering of telephone usage?
No, I'm sorry. I stated at home that there's not a telephone meter, as my recollection.
But the central office does clearly meter telephone usage, right?
And that would not be a site-situated investment comparable to AMI metering.
And that's your main distinction then?
That was the distinction asked in the question.
The local measured service certainly was a metered charge, right?
I don't think that was the question I was posed by Mr. Kleiser. If you'd like to ask a different question.
No, I'm asking you that. Is local measured service, that back in those days, was it metered by the telephone company?
Are you asking if there was a meter in place on residences?
No, I'm asking whether they kept track of the minutes of use, the time of use.
I believe so in most cases, if not all.
And they also, in the case of long distance, kept track of the geographic area where it went to. So it was a distance sensitive rate, right?
I'm sorry, are you testifying on this matter at this
No,
point?
I'm asking you what your recollection was.
My recollection was related to the applicability of a metering system comparable to AMI for telephone customers.
Do you happen to know, we were testifying about that case, do you happen to know whether the staff opposed mandatory local measured service?
I don't believe I was testifying about that case. I believe I testified about whether or not there were AMI comparable equipment associated with telephone service.
Do you know whether the staff opposed the use of mandatory local service?
I don't.
Okay, that's all I have. Oh, I'm sorry, I do have one other question. May I approach the
Yes.
witness? Ms. Lange, I'm going to ask you to just read the paragraph in our proposed tariff that defines subscription pricing offer. Would you do that for me?
I have it right here. I'm sorry, you're asking me to read the definition that is in your proposed tariff?
And I'm looking at the original sheet 5E. Is that the one you're looking at?
I do. I have the Metro version.
Okay, yeah, down at the bottom of the page, it has a subscription pricing offer. Could you read that into the record for me?
A fixed monthly bill amount offered for service. This amount is determined based on expected usage adjusted for weather, behavioral change adder, program cost adder, risk premium, riders, taxes, and customer charge. The subscription pricing offers will be updated annually based on then current conditions and costs. The subscription price offer will include pricing for a smart thermostat and clean energy add-ons if opted by the customer.
Thank you very much. That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you. That will take us to commissioner questions. Are there any commissioner questions for Ms. Lange?
No questions, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner. Hearing none, the bench does have one. And this is the question that was punted to you by your colleague, Ms. King. Does the commission maintain the ability to review or adjust any revenue or expense posted below the line associated with this pilot?
And my answer is that is a good question. I think that what has been carefully stated in Mr. Lutz's testimony today indicated that this revenue stream is held below the line for purposes of this case as this pilot. I think that inferring from Mr. Lutz's testimony and Mr. Hletik's testimony in certain areas indicates that there is an interest that this will not maintain pilot status going forward. And at that time, Mr. Hletik testifies, let me get the language correct here. That he states that when subscription pricing is available to all customers and participation has reached its anticipated steady state level, the program cost adder is intended to fully recover subscription pricing program costs. At that point, non-participants will not bear subscription pricing program costs. In the pilot phase, only a moderate portion of program administration costs may be socialized across the residential class, as referred to by Ms. Winslow. And I think that where it gets iffy is we are, in this case, acting as though this below-the-line treatment will continue going forward. And the answer to that question is, I don't know. In the past, when we've inquired about areas for which recovery is not sought, we have been told no, that information is not available. But I think the more realistic case is that we will have a future rate case in which this recovery is requested from non-participants. So even though in this tariff here, and in this, well, I should say in this testimony, there's nothing in the tariff off the top of my head that indemnifies non-participants. But I think that we have gotten clear signals from the company that going forward it is expected that non-participants will subsidize this program. That said, and I know this is a convoluted response, I think that in the past when we've inquired about this sort, there has been no this sort. In the past, when we've inquired about below-the-line revenues and below-the-line activities, it is pretty common that DR does not get responded to.
I'm uncomfortable with that generalization.
Okay.
I'm more interested in this example. Did Evergy not respond? Or,
Well, so there has been no data to request so far.
oh, okay.
So that's where I was getting at. On prior experience, we haven't gotten information readily about below-the-line activities.
Okay.
And again, in this case, even if we do get information, if we're talking about the usage data to 20,000 to 40,000 customers and a normalization procedure and redoing that procedure for a historic period of who knows how many months and years, it is likely that we will be unable to attempt to replicate that procedure.
Okay, thank you. That will take us to recross examination.
No questions, thank you, Your Honor.
Renew Missouri
No questions, thank you.
and Evergy.
No, thank you, Judge.
And redirect.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lange.
Good afternoon.
You were asked some questions by OPC, and you also got at this a bit in your answer to the bench's question. But why would it be difficult for staff to audit this type of program?
So the missing pieces are those pieces that are subject to the company discretion. So if there are individual customer-specific risk premiums, that's going to be a volume of information that's just going to be hard to handle. There will be customers who enter the program and leave the program that $50 fee for departure, and that the true-up payment, you know, all the discussion of there is no true-up, I mean, it's right there in the applicability, I'm sorry, in the term of the contract that there is the potential for the, well, I'm trying to make sure of what they call it, the reconciliation fee. So how to calculate that reconciliation fee is something that I think we would all struggle with. The company's indicated in data request responses that they'll decide when or when not to charge that $50 fee, as well as, I think, the reconciliation fee. The biggest issue really is this weather normalization problem. So if we could have the usage for the up to 40,000 customers in a usable format, which in this case we were unable to acquire for the TOU customers in a usable format, and their cohort in a usable format. Weather normalization is a class average response to weather, or a subclass level. So if you have a storm and half the customers stay home, half go about life as usual, class weather normalization will indicate half of the appropriate adjustment to customers who stayed home and impose an inappropriate adjustment on customers who proceeded as usual. So we're going to have to step through all of that. So the question is, did the company accurately weather normalize according to their procedures, which are not set out in any tariff or any governing body document? But it'll also be, did they appropriately weather normalize as best as you can an individual customer? And that's tough. That's something from time to time that occurs for purposes of of revenue normalization and billing determinant normalization looking forward. But effectively, this is looking backward and asking, what would this customer, this particular customer, what would they have used if the weather were different? And that's a bridge that I'm not aware we've ever attempted to cross.
And I apologize, I should have probably started with this question, but we've been using the term audit, and you did receive some questions by Counsel for Evergy about your qualifications. In terms of a staff audit, is it just reviewing ledgers, or do people who are not accountants primarily handle things such as revenue?
Yes, so I am in the Tariff and Rate Design Department under the management of Mr. Lubert, and our department is primarily responsible for the development of revenues and normalized revenues in a rate case. That would fall under this view of trying to calculate the normalized revenues for this program. as well as, even, we're calling it a pilot, but I'm not aware of any learning objectives or the sort of detailed criteria the commission is typically required for pilots. But those pilot reviews are typically done by the tariff rate design department or the engineering analysis department or, the resource adequacy and something department. I apologize, I've gotten our names turned around. But yes, typically those prudence type, well, you can't even call it a prudence review in this case. But typically those reviews, those whether or not objectives have been fulfilled, those are typically reviewed by people who do not have the title of auditor.
And to your knowledge, even for actual accountants and auditors, when they do their portion of a rate case, and I believe this is true for anybody performing that type of work, it's usually touched by somebody who's not an auditor or accountant to weather normalize. Is that your understanding? Would you agree with that?
Well, so the weather normalization process is also typically performed by Jay Lubert's department, which is the tariff rate design department.
And yeah, back to the kind of difficulties we would have with a review, if we want to try to avoid the term audit. Would it be possible at this time to even know what information we'd be lacking?
No, I mean, what we heard today from Ms. Winslow was completely contraindicated by her direct testimony in terms of the willingness to put amounts on bills. Now, I think that given the time lapse that's necessary to come up with a class-level weather normalization factor that's typically in the range of 45 to 60 days past the close of a billing cycle, I don't see how it would be possible to put the customer's current period weather normalized usage on a bill. If there is, I'd have even more concerns about the weather normalization process. But, this is such an inadequate tariff with so many questions. Expected monthly KWH usage says will be adjusted for vacancy. What does that mean? Will the company be asking customers, hey, did your kid have some sleepovers last month? Hey, is your no good brother-in-law back in town? How does that get established and how does that get adjusted? I can't know what questions to ask for a program review when a tariff is this poorly described and this broad in its company's discretion. It's impossible to really guess how this will actually be executed by the company in terms of what's literally in this tariff. And I mean, we've heard some testimony today and there's been some pre-filed testimony, but there's nothing binding the company to treating it that way.
And even for the non-discretionary items, the FAC, the RESRAM that will be bundled in this, would it be difficult for parties who are trying to review or the commission who's trying to look at this in future cases to unwind those rate components?
No, I mean, that's what's unique about this proposal is you're effectively setting up 40,000 untariff rates unique to each customer. So we're going to have to get what their actual usage was for each of those periods to calculate what those rider charges were as they change over time. That's easier for some. RESRAM's adjusted once a year. That's harder for FAC. That's adjusted twice a year. And when you layer securitization in, then that's just another rate element that's changing with the real difficulty of going back. We're not calculating class average revenue at that point. We have to go back because of this 5% deposit through the, I think Mr. Kleiser called it a rebate, I think of it as a deposit, to determine if that behavioral usage adder was properly applied. Because we can't determine whether or not that 5% went back without determining what the underlying amount was, what the actual amount was, and then what the difference between the two were that's due to the company's weather normalization process.
And would that, so when you speak on weather normalization, would there also be difficulty when it comes to extreme and abnormal weather impacts?
Yeah, I mean, it is assuming a class average response imputed to each individual customer, and that's just not reasonable to do. You know, and I think it's interesting that the consultant, Mr. Liddick, kept referring to this EV charging, you know, because that's not weather dependent. That's a dedicated charge for a time-based EV consumption. I can't imagine anything more different from, you know, time-based EV charges to Missouri weather, which I'm glad I'm not typically looking at weather normalization processes, because boy, have we got an interesting state.
And I guess to put a fine point on why we're concerned about the audit and review, does this impact both participants and non-participants?
So, because of the way the Missouri FAC operates, if customers in this program use more energy, that additional energy cost goes into the FAC. While there's been a lot of talk about how this can be bundled with MIA programs, I think Mr. Liddick testified kind of the anti-MIA position. You know, in his rebuttal, he states, if usage does increase, proportionately higher usage during non-peak hours could result in a rate decrease for all customers due to Evergy's capital costs being spread over a proportionately larger sales base. So that's the exact opposite of the theory behind pushing MIA, and particularly the earnings opportunity. So how this plays through the FAC, how this insulates customers from the MIA rider charge, you know, if you think about it, from what I understand, and again, this isn't spelled out in the tariff, but if customers purchase this smart thermostat through the tariff, presumably they're going to be causing there to be an increase in the MIA throughput disincentive that the company gets to retain for selling less energy, even though the customer may well be using more energy. That's a complete disconnect.
You were asked by counsel for Evergy about your rebuttal testimony and where and which staff concerns were listed in that. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Did parties file surrebuttal on this issue in this case?
Mr. Liddick did.
And would today be your only proper opportunity to respond to that testimony and address your concerns?
That I am aware of, yes. And Mr. Liddick certainly raised additional concerns in his, or gave cause for staff to have additional concerns in his surrebuttal.
You were also asked by Mr. Fisher about the telephone service and electric service. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
To your knowledge, did telephone companies have a MIA?
I'm not aware of anything replicating MIA. Again, this would be just part of the inapplicability of the example. Telephone companies didn't have production facilities and didn't participate in integrated energy markets that are anything akin to today's RTOs.
So telephone companies didn't have to purchase minutes from other telephone companies if usage was high?
You are going beyond my recollection of 80s and 90s telephone regulation.
Okay, I will stop there then. That is all I have. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Linge. You are excused. We are going to take a break here. Before we do, I just want to recount, do we have 2 remaining witnesses? Are they both OPCs? Renew Missouri's attorney is on the line. Is witness Frasica still scheduled for today? I might be mispronouncing the name.
Frasica is correct, actually, yes. Mr. Frasica's testimony was just related to some of the pilot programs that are being resolved, so he will not be testifying today.
Understood, thank you. We will come back with our final two witnesses at 3:30. That is 16 minutes away. 3:30, we are in recess and off the record. Okay, the hour recess having expired, let's go back on the record. Dr. Mark, you were already sworn in. It's still applicable. Please have a seat. And Mr. Kleiser.
Dr. Mark's testimony has already been offered and accepted, and I therefore tendered the witness for cross-examination.
And everyone has heard Mr. Kleiser. That will go first to Ms. Mers for cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. Mark.
Good afternoon.
Are you familiar with the direct testimony of Evergy witness Ryan Heidleck?
I am.
Are you familiar with his statements regarding the messaging Evergy suggests to use with customers?
Not off the top of my head. If you've got a copy of that, fortunately, I don't have Mr. Leddick's testimony in front of me.
I have been going off of the,
What's direct?
yes, direct in the Metro case. We could probably, I guess, maybe if I'll,
Commissioner approach. This is direct with Metro.
Okay.
If you will speak a little bit closer to the microphone.
Sure.
I'm sure the people online will
Okay.
appreciate it.
Thanks. Getting the message.
now I've lost my copy of it. I believe it was on page 6.
I'm there.
There was statements, no, that's, when's those? About, for 130, oh, okay, I apologize, guys. I will, if you give me a group. So it's actually page 3 to 4. So the comparison behind this program has been the subscription-based programs, and that it is, he states that it offers, then if you go to page 4 on line 3, a simple no-risk financial incentive that rewards customers for limiting their energy usage when enrolled in the offering. Do you believe from what you've seen in this case, that the messaging behind that actually encourages energy efficiency?
No, absolutely not.
And do you believe it would, this program and the messaging behind it contradicts MIA and the company's efforts in the energy efficiency space?
My rebuttal testimony spoke about buffet-style pricing. That's probably the best way I'd look at it. So when we price electricity, think about how, from an economist, you really want to get that pricing down correctly, that price signal that you're trying to send to customers. If you go to a restaurant and a waiter was standing over you and charging you for every bite you took, your behavior would be such where you'd be very conscious of every bite you took, and pretty soon it would be an unenjoyable experience. And I would render to say you probably wouldn't have, your caloric intake would be less than it otherwise would be. Now, if I go to a buffet, I'm paying a flat fee, and I'm eating as much as I want, as much as I can. In fact, I want to get my money's worth out of it. When Ms. Lange talks about the antithesis of MIA, I mean, we've spent hundreds of millions of dollars. You throw on the AMI technology, you're talking close to $1 billion over the past decade. In MIA-related programs, in meters, in software, all that stuff is idle effectively right now in terms of pricing. All of that is sunk costs that the company's earning something off of but it's not going towards reduced bills. That collective good for all ratepayers, which is what it's designed to be. That's how it was sold to us. That's how, I mean, I personally work, a considerable amount of hours on MIA programs and MIA related programs. This would undermine it because buffet style, again, think of it as a customer the customer in this case, like going on a diet. It's for their own good, being healthy. If you're just going to buffet style pricing, they're going to consume more. And again, that just undermines any of the savings that is taking place at that individual MIA level.
Do you believe that the messaging or the tariff also omits key details that could increase cost to participants?
There's been a lot of discussion about the various different charges and the fees and how that would actually work. And I know Mr. Ledick, talks about simple, transparent, and predictable. Those were three words I would not use to characterize how this case has been evolving, at least today. I think there's disagreement, amongst all three parties as to exactly what customers are going to be charged in a given year. And if it's as an untariffed rate, we're talking 40,000 customers, that need to be weather normalized, that need to be factored in with all of the additional surcharges that are on there. Staff gets calls, we get lots of calls from customers that don't understand their bills or are struggling or any number of odd things. I would struggle as in the role that I'm in today, trying to explain to them exactly why they got paid or having to be charged what they're being charged, given at least the information that's been presented to me to date.
Are you also familiar with his testimony? And I believe it was also mentioned today at the hearing and even in the opening statements, the map of the other states and the similar programs to this around the nation?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now on page 7 of his testimony. I think it's the same map.
Yes. Are you aware of any trends or contexts that would make this program inappropriate for this state at this time?
Well, I mean, let's look at that map. I mean, what you see is a concentration, largely, southeast states. You have a handful of Duke Energy related states. I think Mr. Ledick characterized it as two buckets. There's a legacy bucket, and then there's a adder bucket. That legacy bucket is largely your southeast utilities right there, your Georgia Power, your Alabama Power. These are large coal-generated, large nuclear, large, huge capital investment-intensive utilities that are not winning any ACEEE awards, I'll tell you that, in terms of energy efficiency or push for that. If you look at, trends across, the United States, you'll note that there is no western states, that are utilizing this. There's no eastern states that are utilizing this. And I would venture to say, and I know his testimony doesn't go into any detail about this, but the example that he did give, Xcel Energy, which I would consider as a fairly progressive utility, that example is so far different than the one we're talking about here. That example is really limited to just a meter for EV cars. That's it. Not the EV on the home, not the meter on the home on your consumption, but just the EV cars. And that's designed really just to have customers use energy during non-peak periods. Again, not an issue here. There's nothing temporal about what we're doing. All of the headache that we dealt with Storm Uri, all the headache that we're dealing with fuel cost, anytime you get, any news that you get, in the media that talks about the importance of, the increase in the energy costs that we're attributing to is really a byproduct of that temporal period. What's that cost of energy during that peak period? That's the impact. I mean, that's the impact that we're talking about, and you're getting a muted price signal. I mean, that's what's taking place with a fixed bill.
And were you familiar with Contessa King's testimony in this case?
Yes.
And would you agree that her concerns about COVID and other economic considerations would also impact when you're looking at what states have adopted this type of program and when?
Oh, timing definitely matters. I mean, the legacy programs that we're talking about have been in place for decades. I mean, really, that predate a lot of what we're talking about here in terms of grid modernization and, you know, a more less intensive carbon environment. So yeah, timing matters. I know I can't speak a whole lot, you know, about Alliant or Indiana, Michigan power. But the devil will be in the details. You know, and again, none of these tariff rates were in testimony. It's just what Mr. Leddick described in on the record earlier.
Do you have a copy of Mr. Leddick's rebuttal with you?
Got a feeling my counsel has a copy.
I can.
Okay, that'll work.
If it's okay to approach. At page 15, he makes a statement that this program is justified by Evergy's cost structure. Do you see that?
I do.
Isn't it true that this program will not true up or adjust a participant's bill for actual energy used at the end of the 12-month period?
That's correct.
So if a customer utilizes more energy than assumed, it thus causing more costs to be borne by Evergy, it would cause more costs to be borne by Evergy, all else being equal, correct?
That's correct.
And presumably going forward, if it's not below the line, it would be all customers that would bear this cost.
If it's not, yes.
But that is not ever captured in that monthly charge. I strike that. That is not calculated in the monthly charge, correct?
That's correct.
So this wouldn't be a cost-based rate, correct?
That's correct.
Would you agree it's a further step away from cost-based rates?
Yes.
And even further from time of use?
Yes.
And has the commission provided any guidance on the appropriateness of cost-based rates?
The commission has been, I believe, pretty darn clear about wanting to move towards cost-based rates as much as possible.
In terms of promoting energy efficiency and grid flexibility, I apologize. Grid flexibility, does the subscription model offer any advantages? Yes, I can. I apologize for that. Try to keep my pen away from my mic. In terms of promoting energy efficiency and grid flexibility, does the subscription model offer any advantages over time of use rates?
It offers an advantage to the participant. If you're a participant, I could see the value in saying, I want a fixed fee and I'm just going to pay, you know, this dollar amount and not have to worry about all the consequences of my actions. The problem here is that, you know, if the company is going to spend billions of dollars year over year, those costs need to be recovered. And the sunk investment that we've made in meters, in the software, in MIA, all of that is an opportunity cost. I mean, quite frankly, if I could go back in time and say 10 years ago, before we dropped $1 billion on this stuff, and say, hey, customers can only bear so much money before they start having pitchforks in the street. We've got $1 billion here. Can we spend it on meters so we can price electricity cost of service and lower collectively the cost of fuel and rates? Let's do it. But if we're not going to use that stuff, I mean, think about what else that $1 billion could have gone to. It could have gone back into ratepayers' pockets. It could have gone towards putting on more renewables. It could have gone towards any number of things. I mean, the list is endless. It's an opportunity cost. And this is a sunk cost that we're talking about at this point. And we are so close at this point to actually getting time of use rates. Every other utility has got it. That this would be missing that mark right at that point where we should get a return on our investment.
Were you here for Mr. Fisher's opening this morning?
I was.
Did you hear his statement that attempted to tie the concerns presented, I believe it was last Friday, regarding AMI meters with this program utilizing AMI meter technology.
Yes.
Does this program require AMI technology?
No. It requires a meter. It requires a meter just to tell you how much kilowatt hours you've consumed at the end of the year. That's it.
One of the other benefits that's been touted is the smart thermostats. Does Evergy already offer smart thermostats through other programs?
The smart thermostat is a program in their approved, commission-approved MIA.
And that means that they earn program cost, admin cost, and earnings opportunity on
That's
those?
correct.
Is Evergy proposing asymmetrical risk sharing in this case? In other words, would all program costs get charged to all customers aside from the only up to $2.50, I should make that clear, that could be charged per month for the participants, so you're understanding that all of that would be charged, the rest of that would be charged to all customers, but all potential benefits would go to shareholders?
That's my understanding. It is admittedly a bit. My natural inclination is to go ahead and think about extremes in given situations. But if we operate under the assumption that customers aren't going to change their behavior rapidly one way or the other, which I'm not sure is necessarily the right assumption. I know the company's put forward that this would be designed to reduce consumption. I just got through telling you that I think it would have the exact opposite effect if you had a buffet style pricing. I think it would increase consumption. But if we operate under the assumption that they're not going to deviate too much one way or the other, then yeah, it would effectively be an opportunity for the utility to generate revenues for itself.
I think this is my last line of questioning, but does Evergy also tout in the future that demand response could be a potential benefit of this program?
They may have.
And to clarify, in conjunction, if the smart meters were offered, I apologize.
The smart thermostats?
Yes, so I
Okay.
apologize.
I mean, those two really have nothing to do with each other. I mean, they're really divorced from each other.
Have stakeholders in other contexts expressed concerns about how Evergy utilizes their existing demand response programs?
We've been very vocal about it. I know staff has too, in multiple different MIA prudence reviews.
Thank you very much. I have nothing further.
Thank you. And Ms. Greenwald, for New Missouri.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. And the company.
No, thank you, Judge.
Thank you. That'll take us to commissioner questions. Are there any commissioner questions for Dr. Mark? My apologies, Dr. Mark. I do. I'm going to get you to the whole rigmarole all again. This is, again, a retread question. Does the commission maintain the ability to review or adjust any revenue or expense posted below the line associated with this pilot? And I think I'm going to have to distinguish between the pilot and the program, given the testimony we just had.
I mean, I think the commission can order just about anything. I'm probably not the best person at the end of the day to answer that. I struggle to see how exactly that would play out, but.
So your testimony is the commission would not have that power, but you're distinguishing it based on having the information rather than the legal authority.
Right. I mean, I think the commission can go ahead and direct the company to do things, or it can correct, well, I think the commission can direct the company to disclose the dollar amounts, the overall impact, I think, from an empirical standpoint, but in terms of actually touching the utilities' profits, I'm not entirely sure.
That was all the questions I had. Hold on just a minute. As forewarned, we'll go back to recross-examination. Ms. Mers.
Just very, very briefly. You were asked about the potential to look at these and prudence reviews or whatever we would like to term it in the future. Has it been your experience that standalone prudence review cases are on a very condensed timeline?
Yes, very.
And has it been your experience that if the commission orders it to be reviewed in a rate case, that that just adds to the, as parties saw from the initial list of issues filed, the amount of workload and topics that need to be reviewed by parties?
There's no shortage of the complexity that we are being asked to bear on a daily basis.
And does that make it difficult to do a thorough review in either situation?
Most definitely.
And is access to information something that compounds that?
It's an inherent problem, asymmetrical information. You need to know the correct way to ask questions often, and you have to phrase it many different times to get the information that you actually want. It is definitely a challenge.
All right, thank you. That was all I had.
Thank you. That'll take us to Renew Missouri.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, and to the company.
No, thank you, Judge.
Thank you, and that brings us to Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Mark.
Good afternoon.
Let's start with the question from the commission. You were asked if it would be possible for the commission to order an adjustment below the line, and I think that your answer had to do with the availability of information. Do I have that correct?
That's accurate.
In your opinion, to what extent could the commission order a tracking mechanism related to this program, and should they?
Oh, I don't think the commission should. I don't think the commission should deviate at the 0 hour here from moving towards actually realizing benefits from our AMI meters, and pivoting off of years of MIA and other investments and directives. I think we really would need to categorically change how our office operates and even the staff if we're moving towards buffet style pricing.
You were asked a question from counsel for staff about smart thermostats and whether or not they were already being offered. Do you recall that?
I do.
How is the smart thermostat program designed to promote energy efficiency? Just as a bit of background.
So traditional thermostats are pretty straightforward. You move back and forth if you want it colder or hotter, right? It takes a little while it usually goes over the prescribed level that you set it, and then it kicks back on after a certain period. Smart thermostats are designed to go ahead and nudge you a little bit lower, a little bit higher, depending on the season, to induce energy savings. There's a second component to that, which is automatic direct control. You might have heard, like Colorado, Xcel Energy was in the news last week because there was a big uproar about the utility taking control of their thermostats and changing, controlling the thermostat degrees, one way or the other. That option exists for Evergy, and that's the other element to a smart thermostat.
To the extent that that program is currently being offered, would it be more enticing to a customer on what I'll term traditional rates or to a customer on subscription rates?
Oh, traditional rates, most definitely.
And why is that?
Your payback period. Think of it this way, whether it's a thermostat or an HVAC or anything else, like if it's really difficult, first of all, I can't stress this enough, like if I were to get an Energy Star HVAC in my house, I know intuitively that, okay, well, maybe not intuitively, I know that, if given my current consumption over a long enough period, say 5, 6, 7 years, it'll pay for itself, right? The problem is I might have to drop $25,000 to go ahead and install that correctly and to get that up and running. That's a lot of money for most families. I mean, that's a huge investment. And most families will wait until that HVAC actually fails before they actually put something in operation. If I go to subscription pricing to a fixed price where I'm guaranteed that I'm going to get a certain, it doesn't matter how much energy I consume, I'm going to pay this fixed fee. Why would I go ahead and get an Energy Star? Why would I drop the additional 10 grand or whatever to get the best model, the most efficient model? I'm going to pay the exact same dollar amount regardless. Now, Mr. Leddick says that, well, we would rebase it a year from now. Well, I'll tell you, a year from now, I'll probably just go ahead and drop off the rate. I'll go on to something else. I mean, if I'm really that savvy, about this. But at a minimum, I won't purchase that stuff. So when we look at cost-effective test under MIA, when we look at, one of the principles that we look is, what's that payback period? What's that payback period for an investment, right? What my return on my investment? And you're not seeing that with subscription pricing. It's the same fundamental argument we have and you're going to hear this tomorrow when we talk about the customer charge, that the customer charge is an automatic fixed fee that you're going to pay every month. Well, if we just jack that customer charge up to say $40 or $50, which is not out of the realm of issues or examples in the past, you're just diminishing that variable component, which means that I've got less of incentive to be more energy efficient. So having some consistency, I mean, everything is interdependent. So rate design, rate offerings are very interdependent with these program offerings that we're having simultaneously. The company's going to come up, a year from now or within the next year for its next MIA application. And I guarantee, I mean, if this were an approved rate, if we were moving towards subscription pricing, we would need to reevaluate how we look at MIA and how that makes sense with supporting a program where you're getting those muted price signals. I mean, it would impact everything. So yes, traditional rates.
You were asked a question from council by staff, from council for staff, about the energy efficiency and grid flexibility that's been suggested comes with subscription pricing, and whether that offered any advantages over time of use rates. Do you recall that question?
I do.
And I believe in your response you mentioned how close we are to time of use rates. Do you recall saying that?
I did.
Well, so in your opinion, are these two rates in competition, or why does that matter?
They are in competition. Let's say, I don't think you can have it both ways legitimately. 8+ years, 14 studies, 2 rounds of AMI hardware investment and software investment. If the commission were to approve time of use rates and subscription pricing, effectively, it would go back to what I said before. If I'm a rational consumer, I would do subscription pricing. I would personally benefit from this, and non-participants would be harmed, at least initially. Over the long term, this will result in greater bills for everybody. It will, because first of all, that sunk investment that's sitting idle, right? I didn't need that AMI meter. But it's also, and this goes into my testimony about a feedback loop with rate design. So how we set rates is going to determine how the utility generates or puts more investment moving forward. So if the overall energy increases for Avergy, you will see more investment on distribution, more investment on transmission, more investment on generation. These are all, it's a feedback loop, and it's just going, and that's how, this is where I took the position that arguably I feel like this is a promotional rate and in violation of purpose standards, because it moves towards towards the consumption and against conservation and efficiency.
Just to clarify that last point there, when you say that it's in violation of PURPA, first of all, can you define what PURPA is?
Public utility.
If you can't remember off the top of your head, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it stemmed from basically the energy crisis in the late 70s. It was a movement towards cost-based rates and away from promotional rates. So declining blocks unless they could be supported, within that cost structure. Really, since I've been here, I mean, I feel like the commission has been giving us the directive and the pointing the needle towards more cost-based rates and becoming more efficient, and under the pretense that ultimately, in the long run, this will be better for all customers, that all customers will benefit from this. If you have the option of subscription rates, again, certain customers will definitely benefit in the short run off of this, although I would argue in the long run they'll end up paying more too. But you're nullifying all the work we've done. It would be taking several steps back if it was adopted on a grand scale.
What I wanted to clarify regarding PURPA and your feedback loop comment is that as it's correct that you see subscription pricing as something that encourages larger consumption, doesn't reduce usage, but encourages more usage. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. You were asked a question from staff regarding other states, and there was brief mention of Excel, and you talked about how it was different. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you mentioned something about this not being a temporal issue, and I want to make sure that that's clear. The current subscription pricing program that's before the commission does not consider when charging occurs. Is that what you meant?
It only looks at just the overall energy. It doesn't look at the demand element.
And that's a distinction between what's being proposed here and Excel, or what exactly did you mean?
Well, twofold. I mean, one, there's a difference between this and Excel. I mean, Excel is talking about a separate meter just for EV cars. That's it. And they're incentivizing those EV cars to charge on off-peak hours, and that's why it was widely adopted and accepted. More to the point of why that's a problem in this case is there is no temporal element. It's just on an annual basis. We know that the price of electricity in the SPP is higher during certain hours than others, and we know that's a byproduct of the generation that's being called on, right? And we got a whole presentation from SPP about this and the concerns about having to meet that with more and more renewables coming on and diminishing returns from that. Again, this nullifies that. It mutes that sort of price signal that you want to send to customers. And that's going to be a very difficult task. I mean, I think we all collectively in this room will say that, and this is, quite frankly, I think, why I support staff's time of use rates is that it's that training wheels approach. It's a lead into something that's going to be hopefully much more pronounced moving forward because we do have concerns about customers. We know there's going to be some pain involved in it, but the real crime would be doing nothing after we've invested all this money at this point.
I have no further redirect. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Dr. Mark. You are
Thank you.
excused. Our last witness for the day, OPC.
We would call Lisa Kramer to the stand.
And Ms. Kramer, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please take a seat. Mr. Kleiser?
Can you please state and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Yes, Lisa Kramer, Lisa Kremer.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Office of Public Counsel as a consultant.
And did you prepare or cause to be prepared testimony that has been pre-marked 322, the direct testimony of Lisa Kramer, 323, the rebuttal testimony of Lisa Kramer, public and confidential, and 324, the surrebuttal testimony of Lisa Kramer, public and confidential.
Yes.
And do you have any changes that you would like to make to that testimony?
Just a couple, Mr. Kleiser. Page 8 of my rebuttal, line 10. After LAK-R-1, I should have parens, data request response 5017, and then close paren.
If I could interrupt, Ms. Kramer.
Yes, sir.
I sincerely like the chairman's solution at the hearing. Would you read the entire sentence now with the corrected version?
Certainly, glad to. Customer surveys and interpretation of their results should be carefully evaluated and reviewed when drawing assumptions. The page regarding and headed, well, that's confidential.
If I may, really quick, was the recommendation, the change that you wish to make, just indicating what the contents of that schedule were?
It is. It's referencing it back to that DR 5017, and all of that is confidential.
I apologize. Let's move on to your next
Okay.
correction. Thank you.
Do you have further corrections?
I had one more, and that is page 16. It's the footnote, footnote 24, and that should read pages 5 and 6, and the lines are correct, 17 through 9, but it should read pages 5 and 6.
So, for the record, you are correcting the page numbers being referenced and nothing else?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Bearing in mind those corrections, if I were to ask you the same questions today as posed in your testimony, would your answers today be the same or substantially similar?
Yes.
And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
I would offer the direct rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony of Lisa A. Kramer, which is, again, 322, 323, and 324, respectively, noting rebuttal and surrebuttal has both confidential and public versions.
You've heard the motion by Mr. Kleiser. I will not repeat the numbers, and there are public and confidential versions of both. Are there any objections to the admission of those three exhibits onto the hearing record? Hearing none, they are so admitted.
At this point, I tender the witness for cross-examination.
Thank you, sir. And we go to Ms. Mers.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kramer.
Good afternoon.
Are you familiar with the statements made in testimony and then statements made here today by Evergy about how this is a program designed to meet customers who want to choose it? It's filling what they believe to be a gap in the market.
I've heard them make that comment, and I think Mr. Casely in his direct had customer choice mentioned throughout his testimony, the need to provide customer choice. And I can expand on that unless you've got a specific question.
I'll let your counsel allow you to allow you to expand, just so hopefully we all can get out of here by 5.
Sure, certainly.
If we could get Ms. Kramer to move the microphone uncomfortably close to your mouth.
Okay.
Thank you.
And so are you familiar with the surveys and customer research Evergy claims to have utilized to come to that conclusion?
Yes, ma'am. And that was one of my corrections a moment ago, that 5017, which I may have brought that up in its entirety. I did. That entire survey material is all confidential, but there's a lot of, I think, very interesting and telling information in that DR response.
And is my understanding correct that DR response has been attached in its entirety to your testimony?
No, ma'am, I don't think I attached it in its entirety. What I did was pull out, I think, some key slides.
Okay. Is it your understanding that the main survey for this consisted of 39 customers?
There was that, and then there was another survey that is the online, as I understand it, the advisory panel that Evergy uses, and I believe that's several thousand. stay out of the HC here, we can. But.
Yeah, I guess we will try, but
Okay.
I know that you have, from your testimony, looked at that a little more closely than I have. So if we're wandering there, hopefully you'll catch it and let me know. Do you know when those surveys were done?
Yes, I believe, well, that's all part of that HC. I don't know if that's okay to,
This is all in her pre-filed testimony?
Yes. Is that in your pre-filed testimony?
I think I called it HC, though. I'm not sure.
I'm referencing that everyone can go back and read it, and you don't have
Yes.
to speak about it, just give us the citation.
Yes, Judge, that's
Okay.
correct, yes.
Do you recall that citation? Sorry to put you on the spot.
That's all right. Let me see here. It is that whole DR 5017, and let me see here. I'm not finding specifically where I may have. Well, here's part of it, and that's on page 17, line 24 is one reference.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Which schedule are you referring to?
That was in my testimony, Mr. Fisher. But I think the attachments, LAKR-1, that was, I believe, confidential. And then, let's see here, LAKR-2 is confidential. Let's see here.
And I apologize. I am trying to tread the line between not going into confidential material and also not burdening the record with repetitive testimony. But it does seem that there has been interest expressed by the commissioners to when the timing of this decision happened, and that is just what I want to make sure that the record has somewhere in the record, not in a data request that's not in the record, so that can be relied upon, is my intent. So.
If that's your intent, may I offer submitting the data request as an exhibit?
I do not have it with me, but if parties do not.
Not now. As we have in this case, we've kind of done it that day or the next day. How long is this data request?
No, sir, it is, I mean, it's about that, oh, excuse me, that thick.
Yes, would you please prepare that as a highly confidential, so marked exhibit?
Your Honor, I don't believe it would be highly confidential because there was never a protective order issued for it. I think it would just be confidential.
Judge, I don't know if the only purpose is to get the date out of it. We can stipulate to a date, and you wouldn't have to go through the process of submitting all that. I don't know what the date is on it, but I can get that information.
Not my call. I'm looking at Ms. Mers. If she is satisfied with that,
I can be satisfied with stipulating to that. I'm sure that would be easy because you can provide
Okay.
it, and then we can back check through the actual data request. So yes, that is sufficient for me.
Done.
I apologize for getting us all off course. Do you know, when customers, and again, I'm trying to watch the HC, but when customers expressed interest about fixed bills as Evergy represented today, do you know, was that in those surveys distinguished from traditional budget billing?
I think I can answer your question, Ms. Mers, but it is, I'm walking a fine line here and moving into that confidential. I'm not sure how to answer your question in a public setting.
Let's stop here. Is it?
Your Honor?
Yes.
Can I have one moment?
Please.
believe we have come to a solution. It does appear that we will have to go in camera, but the party suggests that perhaps I finish and then whoever else may have questions, any non-HC portion, get through that part, and then all of the in-camera work be done at once to kind of make it easier on everybody. Does that sound acceptable?
I have to give my standard caution that this commission has made it very clear that they want as much of the business of this commission to occur in the public eye. To that end, I myself have written reports and orders that are not confidential, but reference confidential material. I would much prefer that we stay in the public realm to discuss this issue, and whichever is the confidential part, we can all call it something else, but I find that to be more useful than going into camera and then having an open discussion about this issue that the public does not get to see.
I think, unfortunately, where the issue lies in this is it's my understanding that it's not specific terms or phrases, but the bulk of just what was done for the customer research on this has been marked confidential. And I do think that there is value for the commission to know and hear about how the survey was completed and how that was used to justify the creation of this program. But however, I was not the one who marked it confidential, and therefore I'm not really, I guess, sure how to best approach that, other than I guess we could go back to trying to submit that entire DR again, if that's the best way. Unfortunately, that may mean that people's briefs would have confidential information in it, but I think that we get to a point where we may not be able to
to make sure that I'm clued in on where we're treading.
Sure.
The company did some research with customers.
Yes.
And one part of this case is, do they get reimbursed, right, for that study?
Yes. I don't believe that, well, actually, I shouldn't state that because I do.
Okay, not anymore?
Well, no,
The-
there's a portion of it that concerns whether or not the,
Microphone.
there is a question regarding whether or not Mr. Leddick's personal consulting fees should be included, but that's not related to here.
Okay.
Apologies.
Um,
Your Honor,
yes.
as another possible solution, if it's at all, we could do as staff suggested, and then after the fact, if company looks over it and says, there's nothing actually confidential in here, we could go ahead and file the information as public. The only part that wouldn't be in the public's eye would be this moment right now when it's happening, but the actual transcript would be, or I'm just throwing out solutions.
My inclination, my thinking off the top of my head is that the company may have marked this as confidential to protect it from other companies. That here's the questions we asked, here's how we went about it. So I think, just off the top of my head, that if we proceed slowly and don't put too fine of a point on how did you phrase this question and why, then I think we can probably get through today and not go into camera. Yes, we may have a very large exhibit. That has been expressed to me that is how the commission prefers it, instead of taking notice. That just makes it a lot easier for the appeals record, as Judge DePel mentioned on Friday. So I apologize if that creates a lot of work. We can cut down on the distribution, do that by email. That might overload everybody's email, I don't know. Let's go forward and see where we're at.
Okay, that approach works.
Okay.
I guess in general, with trying to see if we can, but trying to avoid perhaps maybe the methods and specific questions. how, let's see if this way works. Did the questions lay out any program in detail as it has appeared in the tariffs, the public tariffs here?
And ma'am, I've looked at that tariff that they have filed. Offhand, I can't, it may be in the description. They may have talked about that. Can you repeat that question again?
Yeah, perhaps
you referring to the tariff.
a better way to phrase it is, in your, I guess, on a general high-level overview of what you've seen in the customer research and surveys, were any specific formulas for how this program would work mentioned, or was it in generalities?
Well, one thing I think I can say safely, and I had used this word confidentially in my testimony, but I believe Ms. Winslow put it in her testimony as public, and that is that word unlimited. And I think I can say without breaching anything that unlimited is I think she says even that I quoted one of their, I think it was the moderator's guide, that used that word, and that's for the 39 customers that they interviewed, used the word unlimited, I think she said 22 times, so I don't feel like I'm saying anything inappropriately here, but I would heavily make that point that was, that concept of unlimited energy was certainly driven home in that research.
And actually looking back, do you have Ms. Winslow's rebuttal with you?
I have it back there. I don't think I've got that with me.
Mr. Kleiser, thank you, and please proceed.
Give me just a moment, ma'am.
Sure, take your time. I'm looking, it looks like that begins on page 20, if it helps narrow.
Did you say her rebuttal? Or
Her rebuttal.
Her rebuttal, yes. I've got that with me. And that's page 20?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Okay, so it looks like this is all public from what I'm looking at, so that should help. But is your recollection of how, because you said there was at least 2 studies, is that correct?
That's my understanding. They had 2 survey tracks.
And then it looks like from line 4 of her rebuttal that the earliest study might have been in 2021. Is that, does that match your recollection?
Line 4, yes. Well, except I wasn't sure about that early. What I thought I saw was at the end of 2021.
Okay, so sometime in 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall when this case was filed?
Was it April, maybe? This case was filed in April, I'm not sure.
Okay. Returning back to her testimony, it looks like the italicized portion, line 11 through 21, I'll let you take a moment to review that, but
yes.
Do you, and I won't, since it's already in Ms. Winslow's testimony, I won't read it again, but does that reflect your recollection of how the program was identified and described in the surveys that you saw?
Yes, and I won't give the name, but they actually used, if my recollection is right, even a different name for this subscription plan. With that concept of that unlimited concept.
Okay. Do you believe that based on, I'll ask you, I'll apologize, let me ask you something else first instead. Have you seen any education or marketing materials on how Evergy proposes to get the word out to customers on this?
I think that maybe Mr., is it Liddick? I think he may have provided some kind of, wording could be this. I think he gave maybe some examples. But I think that is one of the concerns that I've had, and I think Ms. King as well, in how they will market this plan. And I will go ahead and say, I think Mr. Fisher brought this home, that it's going to be optional. Well, it may be optional, but if you are heavily marketing something, and that's within the company's control, the marketing is within their control, as unlimited, using the word that's now in the public domain, as unlimited energy for a single price. I mean, I think that you're going to certainly get the attention of your customers.
So with the current education that's been proposed, or what we've seen in the past regarding education for other rate offerings, do you believe customers have a great understanding of how these programs would work or how rates work in general?
Ma'am, and I tell you, in preparation for today, and I will do my absolute best to stay out of the HC, I went back through that response in 5017, and I made notes about concerns that I saw. And I will just say this, and I can direct, I guess, the commission or the parties to a figure I had in my testimony that dealt exactly with that education issue and the concerns I have around the lack of education on existing plans. So, and I might be, oh, well, actually, page 13, let's see here. Page 13, line 13 in the highly confidential gives that percentage.
What testimony are you referencing?
Oh, I'm sorry, rebuttal.
Thank you.
So, are you concerned that this will create inappropriate or unrealistic long-term expectations for participants based on the language you've seen on how they've described it?
Ma'am, I think it sends, I have so many concerns with this program. And I made a couple of notes about some of my concerns. I took the approach of it being a customer detriment. And in my opinion, it's a detriment because these adders of this up to 10% or no more than 10% mentioned in the tariff. I heard 5% mentioned today or 7%. But the tariff language, which is what is going to be filed with the commission or has been filed with the commission, says not to exceed 10%. And my history is typically, I mean, I'd be surprised if we weren't at that ceiling of 10%. Customers are going to pay more. They're going to pay that behavioral use adder. They're going to pay, let me find the program cost adder, and they're going to pay this risk premium adder. So there's some costs right there. And this would go to the HC on what customers most desire. And if I can find that reference, what they most desire, and if you can give me just a moment,
Sure.
I will.
Take your time.
I can try to dig that out here.
If it helps us avoid HC, it sounds like that is
Okay.
in everybody's best interest.
Okay. Okay, page 14, lines 14 through 16, and it looks like I referenced Schedule LAK-R7, but there is in the little asterisk there for confidential exactly what customers want, what is their first priority. And this is not, in my opinion, this is not that. A couple of other thoughts I had in response to your question. In my opinion, it's a disservice to the customers and to the public interest to compare electric service necessary for life and health to gym memberships and Netflix. And I can't help but think about, and this was public in my testimony, 27% of the company's customers are low income. And I'm wondering how those customers would feel if they understood that we're comparing this necessary service to things like a gym membership, which I'm guessing some of those customers may not have, or Netflix. The program adders are not necessary. They are not necessary in order to provide good electric service at giving the customer options through the different the average payment plan that the company has, and some of the other rate structures that they have. A level pay tool already exists. I just said that. In my opinion, the distortion of the use of the term efficiency in this. If you do nothing, maybe you're using electric service highly inefficiently right now, but if you maintain that usage, you're going to get that behavioral use adage or behavioral use adder back. So to me, that's kind of a distortion of the important word of efficiency. The program is not low risk, and this is something DR-5050. We asked them about what is this really going to do to customers' bills, and right out of the chute, and Mr. Leidig responded to this, on average, customers are expected to pay more under subscription pricing than they otherwise would under the standard rate. And to me, that hits rings several bells, including, I would say, being of detriment to the consumer. The company has promoted this plan as unlimited energy, not as a budgeting tool. And we have talked about, I think Dr. Mark testified to PURPA and its tenets of to promote conservation and to reduce our peak demand. Let me see what else I had here. We're removing the usage signals. Now, I think Ms. Winslow testified, and I was confused about this, and I'm glad Ms. King mentioned in her testimony, she hit Chapter 13 straight on because the company was asking for variances to that. In those variances, from my memory, it was meter reading. It was usage information. Those things are very important to the customer. And I read some of Mr. Leidig's testimony about do customers, they may not want all of that information. Customers are entitled to that information. We want educated customers. There's no need to compensate the company for additional risk through a premium because the program is unnecessary, and that's the risk premium they're talking about. It is not truly tailored to each customer because we are not weather normalizing individual customers in this program, and that was discussed, I think, by Ms. Lange. And I think those are, I'm probably over answering your question there, but those are some of the concerns that I had with this program.
Were you here for Mr. Lutz's testimony today?
Yes.
And your background is, and I should know this, we just talked about it. I'll just ask you, what is your background experience?
Well, I'm a certified internal auditor.
That was it.
And so that may be what you're referring to.
Okay, so we've had questions about who is and isn't an auditor today. And Is it your understanding as an auditor that OPC staff in the commission are prohibited from making adjustments to below-the-line accounts?
Objection, Your Honor. I think that's calling for legal conclusion.
I would think auditors would be the people making adjustments to the accounts. I hope that they would be able to.
I think it's the commissioners that make those adjustments. However, it is a legal conclusion. The commissioners make those legal conclusions. However, they have been consistent in allowing others to offer their opinion. So please go ahead.
Well, I guess there's two parts to that answer. Partially, Ms. Mers, I don't know. But I would say from
Calls for
my...
speculation, Judge, if she doesn't know.
Well, I said it was a two-part answer, Mr. Fisher.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Part of my answer is I don't know, for sure. But I can tell you from my experience on staff and now working with the OPC, we would try.
Try to rephrase this so I don't step on anyone's toes here, but perhaps the best way to look at this is the uniform system of accounts is the traditional, I guess, guidelines for how accountants, auditors, people look at and review cases and how general ledgers and cost expensive other items are treated. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in your understanding of the USOA and General Commission practice, without statutory authorization or commission authorization or other special accounting treatment, can cost, expenses, revenues from the past be captured?
From the past be captured.
If it's outside, say, a test year you're looking at in a rate case, I'll clarify.
That's not been my experience, but you know, I would have to defer to Ms. Lange or somebody more in the know about the regulatory, the treating of that.
But in your experience, it's been typical that it's been, Storm Uri, for example, was an AAO, I believe. I believe there was COVID. So anytime, in your experience, it's more typically done through some kind of authorized order.
Yes, recognizing those, right, that are outside of the normal realm.
Okay, so there are special rules that kind of govern when it is looked at. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that is all I have, but thank you for bearing with me on this.
Thank you, Ms. Mers. That moves us to Renew Missouri.
No questions, thank you.
And to the company.
Thank you, Judge. It's getting late, Ms. Kramer, so I don't want to take too much time, but I did want to go to part of your testimony. I would like for you to turn to page 7 of your rebuttal testimony.
Yes, sir.
And you're talking there on line 18 and through 20 about both the advanced easy pay and the subscription pricing pilot, right? Is that correct?
I'm looking at that right now. You said page 7?
Yeah, page 7,
Okay.
lines 18 through 20. And I'd just like to focus on the subscription pricing on this question. But there you say the company's pilot programs offerings of subscription pricing do not address a specific customer need and are not choices that are in the public interest. Is that what you say there?
That's what I say.
And I take it that would be, as you've been saying, that's my opinion?
Well, I didn't say that there. I guess this is my testimony, so it would be my opinion.
Should your individual clients at the Office of the Public Counsel themselves be able to decide what choice is in their best interest?
Mr. Fisher, I am glad you asked me that question.
No, I'm glad I did too. Go ahead.
In my opinion, we are trusted by the Missouri consumers in the state to vet out and to get into the details of programs. And I don't think you can just say, isn't choice good? And I tried to say this, I think, in my, let's see, somewhere in my rebuttal, I believe to Mr. Casely, because he talks a lot about choice. And the challenge is that not all choices are in the customer's best interest. And that's the point of my testimony on subscription pricing.
And so that's what you're trying to say, is that it is better for the Office of the Public Counsel to decide what is in the individual customer's choice when they have an option to join a pilot program. Is that what you're saying?
Sir, I'm saying it is our job to recommend to this commission programs that we believe are truly in either the public interest or the interest of the consumer. That's our job.
Okay. Having been around the commission for a long time, do you believe the commission should be a surrogate for competition?
A surrogate for competition? I think that somewhere, I can't recall the authoritative source that talks about that. And I think that that's typically applied with regard to rate setting, to make sure that rates are in line with, that are appropriate, because there are no competitors, as you know, to Evergy.
In a competitive market, does the customer often have a choice about whether to buy a service like an internet, either on a subscription basis or by the penny or by the time?
In that type of market, they have the choice to go to many internet providers. They only have one electric provider here, and that's Evergy. It's very different.
Ms. Kramer, do you have a subscription plan for your internet?
We do.
Is your internet service essential for you to do your job at the Office of Public Counsel?
Sir, it is not nearly as essential as it is to my life to have electricity. I can tell you that. I can live without that internet. I may not want to, but I want that electricity. I want the house cool in the summer and warm in the winter. So I don't think those are really good comparisons.
Okay, but you do need it, don't you?
No.
Nope, okay.
Need,
That's fine.
need is a very serious word, and it's been used a lot in this subscription pricing plan.
That's all the questions I have, Judge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. That will take us to commissioner questions. Are there any commissioner questions for Ms. Kramer?
No questions, Judge.
Thank you, Chairman. The bench has no questions.
Okay, sir.
I believe Mr. Kleiser.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so we'll pick off where the company left off really quick. First of all, you were asked if that was your opinion, and let's set the record straight here. Your testimony represents your understanding as an expert looking at the material and providing a recommendation to the commission based on your expertise, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you had a long career working for both the staff of the Public Service Commission and then later intervening before the Public Service Commission with DE and then now working with OPC.
Yes, sir.
So those lines on page 18 to 20 are not just the personal opinions of Lisa Kramer. They represent your expert recommendation based on your years of experience.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Now, let's talk about another term that's kind of not being thrown out here. Let's talk about overreach. So when the company is asking you questions regarding the ability to make a choice, do we, as the Office of Public Counsel, have a duty to protect customers from overreach by the company?
I believe we do.
And is the company asking or providing a rate that is potentially harmful to customers an example of overreach?
I believe I have said that in my testimony.
And just to be clear, the OPC represents the interest of all consumers, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in working for the OPC, you're not just representing the handful of individuals who work there, but the interest of all consumers.
Yes, sir.
All right, I know that it's getting late, and I'm going to try and keep this as brief as possible. You had made a comment regarding, or rather directed the commission to look at a certain portion of your testimony on what customers actually want Do you recall that?
Yes.
Just for the record, confirm for me that was rebuttal testimony?
Let me see that. Yes, rebuttal, page 14, lines 14 through 16.
All right, thank you. I didn't know you had mentioned which testimony you were reading from earlier.
Rebuttal, yes.
You mentioned in your list of concerns a distortion of the word efficiency.
Yes.
That's a relationship to the efficiency incentive, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Can you please elaborate on that?
Yes. As I understand the company, this behavioral use adder of 5%, if the customer's usage remains the same during that year of subscription pricing, they will get that 5% back. And I believe the company said, I can't recall if they gave an average of what they thought that might be. But my point about that is that in my mind is, again, sending the wrong signal to the customer. Efficiency should be about working to reduce consumption, understanding your consumption, let's see, reducing waste, maximizing productivity. And I don't think that kind of giving a customer back a behavioral usage adder for doing the same thing is really a very clear signal about what true efficiency is when it comes to electricity.
And I think you might have mentioned this in your previous response. Moving closer to the mic, apologies. A customer who maintains their existing usage will receive the efficiency incentive even if they haven't actually reduced usage.
Yes, that's my understanding.
This next question I'm going to ask you, I'm going to preface by saying, if you don't think you can answer this without touching confidential information, just say that and we'll move on.
Okay.
Because I don't want to even tread into that water anymore. Regarding the issue related to the surveys, can you in general summarize the concerns that you had with the surveys, again, without discussing any confidential information?
Let me look at my notes, Mr. Kleiser, and let me see if there's,
If nothing else, you can just reference the page numbers of what will become a future exhibit if you think that will help.
We've kind of talked about these things. I won't go into to detail here. You can look at my attachments, the schedules, and reference those back to the testimony on what they say about this unlimited plan. I think we've talked about education, and that certainly is a strong concern that I have. Let me see. The item we just went over on page 14 about what customers truly want, what they are most interested in, and what, in my opinion, this program will not give them based on the company's response to 5050, which says on average customers are expected to pay more under subscription pricing than they otherwise would under the standard rate. I think that's probably it in a nutshell.
As to the rest, we'll just reference the document when it's filed in briefing. Thank you. I think I have only one last kind of line of questioning here. At the very beginning of staff's questions, you were asked whether or not I believe you agree with testimony, and I apologize, I don't remember whose testimony was being referenced. If this was a program designed to meet customer choice, I'm paraphrasing. Do you recall that?
That may have been Mr. Fisher, I'm not sure. Designed to meet customer choice. And I think what I was trying to say is that in my mind, and I believe I had this in testimony, this is not a viable choice. This is not a good choice. This is not a choice in the customer's interest or the public interest. In multiple areas that I've talked about, the adders that customers are going to pay, Their bill's going to be higher. And then this whole, I think this overarching thing of moving us in the wrong direction, Dr. Mark talked about this, of the unlimited energy, customers using more. Wrong direction.
So to paraphrase, you see this as a potential harm to customers and you want to protect them from overreach by the company.
That is certainly part of it.
What part am I missing?
Well, I think it's the idea that as and I think Mr. Leidick maybe talked about this in terms of our environmental concerns, trying to reduce our consumption, shift our demand. This does not do that at all, and it certainly is against, I believe, PURPA, the tenets of PURPA.
All right. I'm going to cut it off there so that we can call it quits before the end of the workday.
Thank you, Mr. Kleiser. That does bring us to the end of the issues today. Ms. Kramer, you are excused from the witness stand. Thank you very much. A couple quick announcements before we do leave for the day. At the beginning of the hearing, I discussed the commission's request for an on-the-record. That is an official request. I'm not putting it in a written order because I've been here all day. So the request is if the parties would, in their next joint communication, discuss when that might be doable. My friendly recommendation is this week. We do have control of their calendars to a large extent. So if we can get it done this week, great. If not, I understand. Give me a heads up. Announcement number 2, just a reminder, we have a 3 p.m. aim for drop time for tomorrow, as at least one party and possibly more have an interest in another case. I cannot imagine why. I have an email from ChargePoint. You all have the same email. It just came in. Wanting to know about excusing Mr. Wilson from testifying tomorrow. I normally grant these without much review. The reason I'm bringing this up to the parties now is the confusion that I have. The email references that there is a settlement regarding the non-residential electrification rates, which I have as issue 20, Roman numeral XX, and according to the attachment B to the settlement, to the omnibus settlement, the remaining issues that we had, to me, still look like we have not only electrification tariffs, but the A, B, and C, which involve ChargePoint's witness, and under the other topic for tomorrow, under rate design, I still show sub F as being a live issue, which is what ChargePoint is asking to be excused from. Again, I don't want to get into everybody's settlement discussions.
I don't know that there was an update to the list of remaining issues because the settlement had never been fully finalized. We're waiting on additional sign-off from some parties. I think that it will resolve some of the issues under the electrification heading, but I don't want to speak out of turn regarding the elements to rate design. As far as the OPC as an individual is concerned, we can wave cross on Mr. Wilson.
That's between you guys and the email. I wanted to make sure that it was my misunderstanding, which it is, and not Mr. Wilson's or Mr. Dunbar's, which it is not. So I will grant their request. And any other announcements before we adjourn for the day? Excellent. We are adjourned. Off the record. Thank you all for being here today. See you at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow.